magic to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, saving destiny, saving my road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say hey. No man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lap you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission, and you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better be from that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we want it up, put it on. Put it on me, put it up, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it
iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience, I think it's time. The man of the year, so you're right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime. I ain't got no room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy. You make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience, I think it's time. The man of the year, so you're right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my ish, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of becoming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that, yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Hold up. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we
vibe going. Till a player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional work and devotion. We put in this time, look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back.
This might be it. Here comes the Tyrant's Rage. Gang the backslide. Shizo is.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? He the favorite, any race that he enters. Look at their face, they all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Pero wait, Jay goes in.
It looks good. The RWM onto Spider Mouse. They need to get rid of this engagement tool. Final Slash pushes Vex underneath the turn, but he flickers all the way out. So Buck might actually die. Pops the Winds of Nature just in time to the crossbow tank. Doesn't kill him. And now Rinder's Apathy doesn't connect on anyone, but it's Lord JM and as well as KZ all by himself. Lacency finds one. Lord JM flickers out of the Appraiser's round. Final Slash into Jay. And it's going to be KZ who finds one. Looks for a second as Vex chases down Lord GM. Evil's Icon calling shots. Yeah, I mean, they're guaranteed to lose that top side. RWM being traded on both sides. Subway's getting a little smooth, unfortunately. Unable to spell map enough. Has to use the Rage Slash to get on out of there. But the Final Slash coming in back from Evil's Icons to turn it around. Doma is already gone. They lose a majority of their damage. But 3 members of Team SMG have already lost. Wants to set up, and they're going to lose this Lord. And at least they didn't lose more members, unless... Oh no, Miko! Well, they've already got the kick. I mean, the Vengeance is keeping Valdora alive as long as possible. Sasa! One more tick was going to take him out. He ends up dying regardless. Miko gets his immortality pop. Sasa is still trapped in the corner. Sasa! But the rest of the team has covered for him. Body blocked, in a matter of fact. Willing to sacrifice a wave down. It's a beautiful go away. Chifu going to be zoned down. Now Nibiru's passion coming through. RRQ losing Chifu in the process. Sword finds away the dragon, knocking Fiercing back onto the bundles right now as he gets immobilized. And Anif is massive. Anif now jumping in, finding another. It's a double for Anif, making a triple kill as Banana is the only one standing. Team SMB would have gone wiped out. Well, that's just unfortunate, and now they have a man advantage. Sasa just wailing away at this Lord. Yep, he's penetrating multiple people. Feather Airstrike looking up in the lethal counter, committed onto the kills, and not actually the 50-50. It's getting low, and now it's going to be Sasa. He takes one, but it's Doma who steals away the Lord in time. Sasa wins out that fight, but this one, a triple kill for Sasa. It looks great.
welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by the Samsung Galaxy. I'm back again here with the wonderful analysts. Of course, it's Connie as well as Icy Baby 12.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in after that break, right? But today, Terrence, has been amazing.
Yeah, I know, right? Today's games has been amazing as well. We had a little bit of glimpse of how things were going from yesterday's recap, especially when teams were all fighting for that slots to actually make it to Jakarta, because there's only 6 slots from the challenge season itself. And so far, today's games has been extremely exciting, especially here on day number 2, because to be honest, yesterday it was a smooth breezing, 2-0s all the way through, but today itself, there was just so many upsets, and it's really heartbreaking for me as well. There's just so many highs and lows in today's journey so far in all the games thus far.
Yeah, it has been an amazing ride here at SPS, but of course the fun doesn't end here. We do still have a lot ahead of us as we take a look at the calendar as well. So as you guys already know, we are already within the challenge season. There is going to be a little bit of a break in between from the 27th to the 29th, but we are going to resume the action here on the 30th. And a couple weeks after that, that's when things get way more intense. The challenge finals that are going to be held in Jakarta, so it is going to be an offline event. And we also need to talk about this, right? Because during the break, there's going to be a huge patch on the 27th, and I think that's when things get a little bit crazier for these teams. For those of them who've already made it to the challenge finals, that's going to be great for them. They don't really have to think about it that much, but for those of them who are still fighting, who lost a match during their run, it's going to be challenging, especially for the teams who rely so heavily on this current patch.
It's going to be very tricky here, right, Terrence? Right? It's very going to be... Yeah, it's just the team that will adapt faster will have that upper edge. Because, to be fair, the patch isn't really about the mechanics. It's about the emblems here. That is also a huge part. But maybe take a day or two, their pro players, I'm feeling like they can adapt fast.
You know, that's the thing, right? It all comes down to management, it comes down to coaches and how much effort and homework they are going to be putting into studying the patch, right? We always have advanced server patches to actually rely on, but when the official patch comes in, there are going to be still even more minor tweaks to a detail. In this case, when it comes to patch notes, it's very important that they have to study very, very hard. In this case, I think a good example of a nerd team would be CFU Gaming just now, because they played really well. They were able to pinpoint certain patch notes details and execute it in towards their draft, which was, I would think, very smart. And of course, like you said as well, Group E, it is going to be a free-for-all showdown, and who does their better homework?
That's the question, right? Because we do have some teams in the Indonesian region who aren't too great with new patches. I think we've talked about this over the past couple of seasons, that Alter Ego, they kind of fail to adapt to the patch as soon as possible. I'm not sure about the other regions, but with that kind of weakness, it does put them in a little bit more of a pickle, a little bit more challenge, a little bit more obstacles ahead of them, especially now that we know Alter Ego actually dropped to the lower bracket, so they are going to have to work a little bit harder. And in terms of the new patch, we don't really know what's going on. I don't even have the patch myself, but what I know is, like you guys mentioned, the emblem system that has changed. That's going to increase creativity. It's going to affect how these junglers are also going to fare. Not even junglers, but every single role. And I'm pretty sure that it will center, though, mostly, I think, on either the gold laner and the jungle. And because you can mix and match, right? So it's not just homework for the players, but it's also homework for us to study as well.
And again, if you really think about it, right, the emblems, it's really, the emblems covered around 2 items, the attributes. So think about it like 6 items per game. With the emblems, it actually adds more attributes in your game. So looking at the total stats of the attributes, it's roughly 2 items.
Exactly, but at the same time, I'm going to go a little bit more deeper here in terms of, since we're having nerd conversations right now, let me bring back memory lane, because technically, all this homework, we should have done it before M4, because there was this big hoo-ha of emblem changes before that, and this is gotten to a stage where we finally get to see a newer version of how Mobile Legends will be played, which is going to be coming in very soon. Because if you think about it here, emblem changes was supposed to happen for M4, but something happened. Of course, we had to delay that patch, and now here, we're finally going to be possibly experiencing it in this upcoming patch. So I feel like there's just so much uncertainty. And to bring up to the point you do mention as well, MPL Indonesia, there are a lot of teams that are not very flexible in their adaptability. Same can be said for Malaysia as well, because in Malaysia, in terms of their play styles, they do lean on just, oh, okay, patch note comes in, you know what, let's try out the previous patch heroes and then just go with it. Hopefully, hoping that it still can be reliable. And even today as well, we saw a couple plays as, I think it was They Were United, tried to bring up that Faramis and Digi composition, it just didn't work out.
And that's what I find interesting. This is going to be a far-fetched assumption, but I'm usually centering my focus when it comes down to new meta and new patches to the Philippines, right?
Yeah.
So it really does come to that. Can Indonesia and all the other regions, because we have Cambodia as well, we have Malaysia, we have Singapore, can they adapt and innovate as quickly as regions like the Philippines?
You know, in certain aspects, yeah, the teams that is hard to adapt will have a disadvantage. But in some situations, the team that is quote-unquote hard to adapt, it means they have that their identity, right? They have their a solid ground of idea, which perhaps, yeah, they're just uncomfortable to step up their comfort zone. Sometimes it works, but of course, in the long run, you have to adapt.
Yeah, you do. It's so important, and I keep saying these things even within a series. It's not just adapt to the patch, but you have to also adapt to the players and, you know, adapt to a new format style here in the competition, which is really interesting. And I just heard of it. I had to study this because I couldn't wrap my head around it. But just to remind you guys at home watching, we are at the challenge season once again. We already went through the open qualifiers back in that days. Open finals also done and dusted, and now we're in the challenge season. So we talked about this, right? Who is going to be able to qualify? I think because that the region of the local tournament, the offline tournament is in Indonesia, they do have the 2 slots, right? So that is why we see EVOS Legends in the challenge finals already getting that invitation there. And is there something interesting or something that we need to highlight about this new tournament format?
You know what? It seems like even from the 4 phases that you see on the screen, you see 4 different formats, right? Open qualifiers, the teams needs to experience a single elimination. Open finals, they need to experience Swiss 6 round. And in this current phase, they need to experience the GSL format. And later on in the challenge finals, they will experience a double elimination. So it's just so interesting seeing all these different formats.
Agreed. And at the same time, I'm going to talk a little bit more from the perspective as a team, or a perspective from a coach direction, right? When it comes to the previous season's format, especially for MPL, etc., there's this thing called the regular season, where they are divided into group stages, etc., etc. But in the group stages, usually the top 4 kind of qualifies, the bottom team of that respective group kind of get eliminated. So the difference between that format and this GSL is that format, you can kind of save strategy and then just troll around, you know, intentionally lose the game. It's fine. When you make it a playoff, that is where it matters. But for here, it's a little bit different, because if you lose a single game, you are forced to play more games and fight for your qualification ticket, which is a very, very difficult task to do. And based on this here on the screen here, from the open qualifiers as well as the open finals, teams who played more games are put in a very, very disadvantageous position, because they are forced to go all out, bring in pocket strategies, review all their compositions to other teams, because they have to go all out.
And here I thought that the GSL format was more forgiving, right? Because of the double elimination, but it turns out it's brutal on these teams. And usually that's the thing, right? Because usually in the regular season, when we talk about our respective MPLs, like, these teams do have the ability to hide things and they save it up for the playoffs. But this time, you're really pulling out all the strats that you can get, and maybe that's why we see really incredulous picks, right? Guinevere jungle, that's not something that we're accustomed to, especially in this current meta. What else? Grok EXP is not common as well. Arlet, Roam, okay, we saw that at MSC, to be fair, but just, I love it. I just love it.
I love the variety indeed, right? It just brings out sometimes the best in teams, but also at the same time the worst in teams when situations aren't in their favor. But then again, in this current format, I love it's new to me, the GSL format, but man, boy, I love the GSL format.
Yeah, I agree. You know, when it comes to GSL formats here, it just shows you that sometimes it's not just training your mechanical skills or awareness as well. You also have to train your endurance, which is something that a lot of teams really lack when it comes to competing in international stages. Sometimes it might be flights, it might be this. This gives opportunities for teams, especially for tier 2 and tier 3 teams who do not get those kind of opportunities to kind of experience it, to compete at the best of the best. Because most of the times, why we say, hey, new players come in, they don't have competitive experience, is because of the fact that MPL teams are usually the teams that always get those kind of intense tests, you know, stress tests, being put to prove themselves, if you think about it.
And that's why there's a new storyline that's kind of brewing here, right? Even in the challenge season, Evo's Icon, they're an MDL team, and they are now known as the MPL Slayers, and that's a huge title. And without this format, that wouldn't have been possible. They wouldn't have been able to experience all these teams going head to head in this current area. But looking at this challenge season, once again, these are the teams that can qualify, and it's going to be up to how they fare in their upper bracket match, because as you know, here our next one up is going to be Bigatron as well as Aura Fire. They are still playing very heatedly and intensely in their current tournament, which is what we're kind of waiting for here. But we also need to talk about this, right? Evo's Icon and MDL team, they're the second team who was able to get and qualify into the challenge finals along with Bren Esports. And that's Bren. That's Bren we're talking about. A former world champion, M2. They were also able to get the gold medal for the Philippines in the SEA Games as well. And I love that Evo's Icon are given the opportunity to learn from this experience.
Exactly. And at the same time as well, Evo's Icon, if you think about it here as well, there's just so much tattletales, there's so much rumors, there's so much gossip around. Hey, some say Evo's Icon is better than the main team from Evo's Legends because of the fact that, I quote from Merkel once again, they have screened each other multiple times, and out of 50 games, they have won more than 40 of the games against Evo's Legend, which is very concerning. But at the same time, it just shows you how hungry they are to demonstrate that they can be one of the best of the best.
The drive that these young kids have is just impeccable, right? And again, it showed in this current tournament where they just, in this current phase, they won 2 matches in a row. So there you go, you deserve that spot. But then again, their job or their journey is far from over, because there's another phase coming in where, take a look at your bottom part of the screen, the 6 invited teams are waiting, right? Onyx, EVOS Legends, RSGSG, Burnex, Todak, and Echo. All 6 teams looking hella scary.
Yeah, and they're all finalists. They won. They're champions of their respective region, right? Onyx was first place. They just won MSC as well. They were able to win it against Echo and Blacklist. And for EVOS, they have a lot of things that they can be proud of in their own right as well. RSGSG from Singapore, we saw what they were able to bring at MSC. I think before MSC, nobody even considered Singapore being a competitive region, but RSGSG showed us otherwise. Burnex Flash, come on, top 4. That was also insane. Todak and Echo, also number 1 in their own respective regions.
You know, I like that HKG slowed down for Todak a little bit more. But
I wanted to be respectful.
I understand, I get it. But at the same time, it just shows you how Mobile Legends has grown and evolved to an ecosystem where we have starting to mature and give more opportunities to the player base itself. Because if you think about it here, who would have thought Mobile Legends would have gone this big, from changing formats, introducing new games, new teams, and franchises, etc. from multiple regions? It just shows you that there's just so much you can talk about when it comes to esports. There's just so much to watch, because when it comes to competition, who doesn't want to showcase their skills? In this case, who says esports isn't sports?
That's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. I like that. I like that you mentioned it. I like how you call this an ecosystem, right? Because it's always give and take. But yeah, you know, they can learn from Todak, right? Todak has never missed an international tournament,
scary, right? it's scary. That's the thing about Todak, right? They're just so good and from Malaysia for the longest period. But when it came down to this year itself, where Malaysia finally, which unfortunately say I'm really, really sad, we finally lost a slot to the instead of having 2 slots, we got only 1 slot. Things got a little bit different, and we started to see major changes in Malaysia's season as well, especially for MPL Season 11. Every single Malaysian team has somewhat of imports here and there to try and elevate the overall Mobile Legends gameplay as well as the competition between teams and gameplay.
Yeah, competition, especially to get into this challenge finals in particular here, right, at SPS. And it's not just bragging rights that they earn from getting this top 12 point towards the challenge finals, but also the prize pool that they are able to get their hands on, with a total of 150,000 USD as the prize pool. Even just being able to get to the challenge finals already wins you 1,800.
Exactly right. Securing the final spot secures you $1,800. So that's not a small amount of money. But if you win it all, Terrence Eterna, you will get a grand of 65 grand.
You know,
USD.
65 grand divided by 5 players, and then maybe, you know, cut off management, blah, 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 blah. I would still be able to take a vacation, maybe even get myself a brand new phone as well. Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra seems pretty good, considering that you've been flexing it on your side of the table, Eterna.
And ice cream.
And yeah, ice cream.
Sure.
Maybe some sushi would be good too.
I agree.
I agree. You definitely caught up. I'm a seafood guy, but sushi sounds pretty good as well. Maybe I like it
how
raw
they
too.
I'm more
You know
of a
what? Yeah.
chef.
I like it raw.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, I love my fish raw too, man. Oh, salmon. But yeah, back again to this, right? That's the thing that they need to achieve. And it's going to propel them forward. The motivation to be able to get your hands on this is ginormous.
It is ginormous, right? So again, ladies and gentlemen, the total grand prize pool is 150 grand. That is not a small amount. So ladies and gentlemen, they are fighting perhaps for that bragging rights and prize pool. I can't wait to see the climax of it all,
Okay,
of course. Because,
great.
Yeah, this is still this is not the final phase. But their journey is already incredible.
You know, let me highlight how important 65 grand is, right? 65,000 may not be a big amount, but if you switch the currency into RM or into its INR or any other currency or respective region, it is actually life-changing money. It's the type of money where you can change a person's life for the next few years before they can actually, or maybe even elevate their career if you think about it.
Definitely. I couldn't agree with you more, but Eterna, it seems like you're a little bit too busy here. What's going on?
Sorry. You know, you guys continue talking.
What?
You're playing the FE bot
No.
right now?
No, I'm not.
Are you not?
Oh.
No!
I don't want you to see. Sorry.
Production, zoom in at that. Look at this.
we
She's
can see
cheating.
you.
I'm sorry,
She's
I'm sorry.
cheating.
We can see you, all right?
Yeah, dude, she's cheating.
No,
She's
I'm
playing
gonna
right
win this
now.
time.
Like, oh my god, dude.
Wait, you
what
can't
are you
jump
doing?
that?
You can't. Oh, come on, man. Like,
I didn't know you couldn't
okay,
jump that.
just to give you guys a little bit insight on what the heck Eterna is doing, she is actually playing the FA Bot Cup there, where you stand a chance to walk away with 5,000 euros, which is also life-changing money for you as well. And they have a ranking system where the top one will be walking away with that money. So be sure to try and compete as well. And Eterna, I know you're hungry for money,
Dude,
man.
there's monsters in this game.
Really?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Damn.
That means
Whoa.
you-
I swear there's so many.
I think that means you reach level 931.
No.
Okay.
You lost, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Why didn't you show your screen? You're just embarrassed that you
No.
started a new game, didn't you?
No, this is the same game.
All right.
I'm at 214 points.
214.
That's not a lot, I believe.
Yeah, you still got a long way to go. You know, if I do recall, rank 1 was the last time I checked the leaderboards. It was about 40,000. I'm not exactly sure.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty high.
Oh man, I died again. Oh, fine. Okay. The producer said that we need to recap the brackets now.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I can play again while we recap onto this. But here it is, Group A once again. Like we mentioned before, we have already crowned our finalist here, Bren Esports from the Philippines, our former M2 World Champs. And of course, the gold medalist of the SEA Games this year is going to get their momentum, their journey just propelled forward here in the SPS journey. Whereas Flash as well as Bleed they were forced to go to the lower bracket. Whoever wins is going to go against Archives, who are also from the Philippines.
Yep, and at the same time as well, this pretty much sums up Group A's brackets, right? Like, you know, there's just so many things they need to do, and we talk about how Flash and Bleed, they are representatives from Singapore. If one of them gets eliminated right there and then, it's pretty much done for as well. And why GSL is so interesting is that they do not give you a break at all. It is going to be an uphill battle all the way through, because even if they crawl through this so-called lower brackets, right, they are just qualifying into its a last chance qualifier. It means they are going to be the winner of this series, which is either Flash, Bleed, or Archives. The winner out of this tree, the best out of this tree, is going to be seated in a different group to fight for 2 slots, the final 2 slots to actually make it in towards Jakarta.
Yeah, so basically what ICBB is saying, their journey is still super long.
Even though it looks short.
Yeah, it looks short here, but it's still super long because they're going to go to a new bracket. Gani, you were saying?
Oh, nothing. I was about to say, yeah, in Group E, it's just with the same format.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It is. It is.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it's crazy.
Wow.
It actually extends the journey every time you lose, right?
Exactly.
It's scary.
It's super scary. Their journey is still far from over. That's why it really benefits when you are able to win 2 times in a row in your respective brackets. So let's take a look at Group B now. Production. All right, here you go. Evo still undefeated here in their Snapdragon Pro Series run, not losing a single match so far, and that has led them to be qualified to be able to get to the Challenge Finals, whereas unfortunately Homeboys, they have to fall from the side of the White Tigers, and they're going to go to the lower bracket. And once again, it's either SMG, RRQ, or Homeboys who can make it to Group E.
Yeah, it sucks to be them, I'm not going to lie. But here's something I want to talk about EVO's Icon, right? Because EVO's Icon, they were here before in the previous season. I was casting as well for Season 1. I was very surprised. They didn't look as strong as this. And here's a little bit of a spice for you guys to bring into Jakarta. EVO's Icon made it from the Open qualifiers, came all the way here, and took the slot to the Grand Finals. Imagine this. Imagine if EVO's Icon becomes the SPS Grand Final channel. That is the true Cinderella story.
That's going to be crazy. That's going to be crazy
Imagine.
indeed, right? Yeah, I mean, looking at their journey, sure, it's still long, but they're on a positive trend, right? Very positive. The team just has that drive, right? We talked about EVO's Icon, such a young team, but very high drive. So perhaps on that note, let's see what else is next.
Let's take a look at Group C now, right? Because that's what we were kind of casting over just lately, right? Aura Fire being able to win it 2-1 against Blacklist, who now is forced to continue their journey there in the lower brackets against Alter Ego. And I'm actually curious to see how this series ends, because so far Blacklist has yet to find their final form. It feels like V-Wise has been a huge impact on towards the team, and without that guidance from both V and Wise, Blacklist, they had to lose against Aura, a team of really just young players, rookies even.
It was a tough game. It was a close game, right? It was a close match, 2-1. But at the end of the day, I think you're right. They're still looking for that formula because Hades just joined in as well. So they were not they're not at their 100%. But let's talk about the second match, the second lower bracket here, BTR and Alter Ego. Alter Ego got stomped, 2-0.
That was something that I didn't expect as well, because considering I expected it to be a 2-1 finish kind of situation, but it seems like Alter Ego just completely got outdrafted from the side of BTR. However, that pretty much sums it here, because we are going to be jumping into this BTR versus Aura later on. Now, let's talk about the next bracket right now, which is Group D, and this is something that we just watched before this break.
Yeah, again, my favorite group. I don't know what to say about it, right? Group D, here CFU just really dominating that against almost every caster prediction, I think, except Gani, who thought it was a 2-1 towards CFU. So against all odds, against all our predictions, they were able to prove us wrong with just really insane unorthodox picks, really insane synergy, honestly, from all of the members of the team, and strategy, right? That really won and gave them an edge against Dewa United. Now, for the next match, RSG as well as the Red Giants. Now, that's what I'm actually curious to know, right? RSG, they are developed as a team. We've seen them go to lengths with the same lineup, but for Red Giants.
You know, it's funny when it comes to Red Giants, right? Like Red Giants, they recently lost Zorn from here as well because you do Red Giants history during MPLM's MY Season 11. In the first half of the regular season, they didn't go out swinging here. They had a little bit integrations here and there, but the moment they got Zorn in, they started winning games and then qualifying towards the playoffs, which is very, very interesting. But this time, without Zorn, I'm excited to see how the new Udo Red Giants is going to be faring up with what the best from all the regions.
Yeah, and that's why for tomorrow's matches, it should be 3 games. But to take a look at today's schedule once again to refresh your memory, we have gone through 4 distinct matches that were very action-packed and surprising to everyone who was watching, and even the casters as well. But we are still waiting on the last match of today. Bigatron Alpha, the Red Robots, going against Aura Fire, the Indonesian Hydras. And wait, what did the producer say again? Can you re-say? Okay, they're already in Game 7. Oh, they went full best of 7.
Yep. Oh, they went 3-3, so they're going for that last win.
Wow.
To be crowned the champion.
Wait, so potentially both of these teams... Wait, what's... Okay, Aura Fire played more games, right? 2 plus 7?
3.
9?
Aura Fire went full 3.
So 13, potentially. 13 games potentially today for Aura Fire, 11 for Bigatron.
Yep.
That's a lot of games.
That's the thing,
Are
right?
they okay?
This is why I keep bringing up mental fortitude, willpower, fatigue, stamina. It all comes into play because it's very important. Without all these things, you're not going to be able to compete with one of the best. And here's a little bit of a small tip for those pro players aspiring to be the good ones. Okay?
Okay, what is it?
You don't just need to be good in mythical, to be good at the game and push rank for mythical glory. Most importantly, you gotta work out and train your stamina. Go running, man. Train your cardio.
You know what?
Huh?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, you gotta work out.
You gotta work out. Okay.
If you're not physically fine, how can you play the game?
Okay, physical, I get it. But you also have to be strong in your mental aspect and, well, emotional, right? Because sometimes, yeah, you just play, doesn't really tire your fingers. Sure, 5 minutes break, done. But mentally.
Let me ask you this, right?
Okay.
Can you do 50 push-ups?
I can.
Well, not now.
Okay.
Not at this
What's
stage.
your maximum push-up?
100.
In one go or in a couple?
In one go.
In one go, maybe 25.
Okay, maybe 25. Try. How do you test your willpower and your mental fortitude? Is when the 26th push-up you do is considered the first push-up.
I get it.
You gotta keep pushing from there. That's how you train. That's why you gotta work out. And best part, if you think you don't have energy, drink Monster Energy. Right, Eterna? Monster Energy? No. 6 out of 10? No. 0.
26 as your first push-up.
No, it means like usually, let's say...
You have to push your limit first. And when your mind says like, oh my god, my body is exhausted, it hurts and everything. Under all those pressure, you start pushing. That's where the real training actually begins.
Yeah, I don't understand. But I do understand something.
What?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are watching, you need to grab your tickets as soon as possible because once again, only the Legend tickets are left. And I gotta tell you, I booked 10 alone, so that's 10 minus more possibilities for you guys to get it. And I gotta say, they are so affordable. I didn't buy one for Terrence, unfortunately. I think I could only buy one for Gani, but he's rich, he can buy it himself. And if you guys, think, oh man, money's tight, it's okay. Go ahead and get your raffles, right? Check out the website down below because you guys have the opportunity and the chance to win 2 free tickets as well as 2 free exclusive SPS merchandise. And I gotta say, that's a steal deal. And if you're wondering, wait, who should I go with? You guys can ask Icy Baby.
Icy Baby has got it all, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can ask
He
for
needs a
anything,
partner.
basically.
What do you mean?
You need someone to go with, right?
Exactly.
Like, even if you win, you only have 1 ticket and you don't know who to go with. So, like, you can
Why
go
not?
with them.
I will play the DHL FEBot, win 5,000 dollars, buy
You're rich
myself a
already.
ticket Indonesia, buy myself a ticket for the Legend tickets, and then go to Jakarta
No,
to
you
watch
can't.
the one of the best. Why not?
Because I'm going to be number 1.
Oh, wow, really?
You see me practicing?
You do, but guess what?
Yeah, what?
I need a Samsung Galaxy S23 to be that. You're
yeah, I can't help
cheating,
you.
bro. You're just better with
I'm
the
sorry.
Snapdragon chip, sister.
I'm sorry, with that I can't help you, right? Because they only gave it to like one of the talents.
I'm
And then that
jealous.
talent is me and Gideon.
Yeah, why is life so unfair? Why can't I be born as Eterna?
I don't know. I don't know. I think a lot of people ask themselves the same question.
Why can't I have purple hair?
That's my only wish, right?
Why
The
can't I
hair.
have long hair?
The hair.
There's a lot of purple-haired people now.
Nope, only you.
No, because there's
No,
Yaoi, there's
no.
Rex.
No, in the world it's just you.
Really?
I checked.
Oh,
Really?
They changed their hairstyle.
Damn, you're good. Your analysis is pretty spot on as well. I didn't catch that at all. That was big brain. Poof.
I wonder how the Bigatron and Aura Fire game is going.
I'm curious as well.
I'm so curious. They won all 7 games. And it's interesting, right? Because earlier on in the challenge season, they were able to win 2-0 Bigatron. But now, in a different tournament, they're going head-to-head, which means that Bigatron Alpha are either not playing to their maximum or Aura Fire are just adjusting really well. And with that being said, I think we're gonna go through a break first, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be right back to give you the best Mobile Legends action between Aura Fire as well as Bigatron. For those of the teams, good luck.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish and push to the limit and work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello, my name is Declan and my IGN is Deck. And I'm 19 years old this year. I'm the jungler for Bleed Esports. My journey has been really fun ever since I started in the competitive scene. Even though I was sub for about 2 seasons of MPL, but throughout those 2 seasons I learned a lot and eventually ended up in Bleed and being the main roster of Bleed. I went through a lot of exciting experiences in Bleed where I got to play on the big stage, and it just felt really good to hear like my name being said out by the casters when I made a big play. So I started my journey in Season 3 in RSG where I played a couple of matches, but I was mainly the sub. And after Season 3, I decided that I should sit out for Season 4 because like I was still inside RSG and I was sub. So like I sat out throughout the whole Season 4 where I talked with Bleed and I eventually moved to Bleed Esports during Season 5. Yep, and now I'm here. I just felt that I could be more than what I was last time when I was still playing ML casually, and I felt that I really wanted to play on the big stage. That's why I decided to trial for MPL teams, and when I eventually got in, I just felt that, you know, I could actually make a name for myself when doing this thing that I actually like. I think being a Singaporean and a professional gamer is really tough because there is a hard time balancing between school and playing games professionally, because the amount of training you need to catch up with those that are doing this game full time or like are really talented is very time consuming, and I feel that to be able to find that balance is very difficult for a Singaporean. But other than that, I feel that it's a bit of adjusting I had to do when I first played seriously, because the trainings I was really behind in training and like I had to learn a lot. Yeah.
Hai, nama saya Difadan bin Ma'arif. Saya punya IGN adalah Smooth. Role saya EXP untuk tim SMG. Kita orang akan lawan tim EVOS. EVOS ni walaupun yang mainnya adalah tim MDL, walaupun dia MDL tapi kita jangan underestimate, dia orang tetap kuat. Dan kalau lepas lawan MDL, maybe saya berharaplah nak lawan dengan Omboy. Saya rasa dia orang boleh dikalahkan, tapi kita cuma jangan terumpan main dalam gameplay dia orang lah. Just fokus dekat tim sendiri. Saya rasa insyaAllah kita orang dapat lepas sebab kita orang pun buat preparation yang baik untuk bagi saingan yang terbaik lah untuk tournament ni. Top 6 team will qualify. I think number 1 Brand, number 2 RSGPH, 3 RRQ, 4 Bigatron, 5 SMG, 6 Homeboys. Terima kasih kepada semua fans yang menyokong tim SMG. Saya harap korang dapat berikan sokongan yang baik supaya korang lebih semangat untuk berlawan dengan tim-tim international yang lain dalam tournament Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the highly anticipated Challenge Season Group Drawing session of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3 MLBB, powered by Samsung Galaxy. Now, I am your host, Flava, and today we gather to determine the fate of the 16 teams competing for glory. Get ready for an exciting and nail-biting event as we unveil the groups that will shape the path to victory. Now, before we dive into the heart of the drawing, let's delve into the thrilling process of drawing the groups. Now, 16 participating teams will be divided into 4 groups, and each with 4 teams. To ensure fairness and impartiality, we have implemented a sophisticated drawing system to draw respective teams into each group according to the seeding in the challenge season. Note that the seeding is decided by the team's placement in their respective MPL in the country and also open finals for the 4 teams that qualified from there. Now allow me to explain how the drawing will unfold. There will be a total of 6 drawing sessions. In each session, we have prepared a box and a number of balls following the team's number they have in the group. There will be a folded paper inside each ball with the team's respective logo. And as each team is drawn, they will be assigned to the corresponding groups and seeds. Now, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? I can feel the rushness and anticipation in the air. Without further ado, let's begin the Challenge Season Group Drawing. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin with our first draw session right now, which comprises of 4 teams, which are the second place winner for their respective countries' MPL from Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, as well as Cambodia. With that, I would like to invite our representative to draw the first team. And the first team is Team Flash from Singapore. Now, Team Flash will be placed in Group A as the first team. Now let's have a look at which team will be placed as the first team in Group B. And the second team is Team SMG from Malaysia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we only have 2 more teams left right here. So would you please, our representative, to draw the next team. And the team being placed in Group C is Blacklist International from the Philippines. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue on with our second draw session here, which features the third place winners for respective MPLs from Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, as well as Singapore. With that, we'd like to invite the honors from our representative to draw the first team. Now, do note that the first team here will be placed in Group D and not A. And the team is Team RSGPH from the Philippines. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 more teams remaining. Of course, we'd like to invite a representative to draw which team will go into Group C. And the next team is Team Alter Ego from Indonesia. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more teams remaining here for our second draw. And of course, what we have left is actually our representative from Malaysia as well as from Singapore. Now, the next draw here will be placed in Group B, whereas the team that has not been drawn will be placed in Group A. With that, we'd like to invite to draw. And the team that will be placed in Group B is none other than Homeboys from Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, for our third drawing session, as you can see here, we have 2 balls being placed in the box, which means that it represents 2 teams, which are the 4th place winners for MPL Indonesia as well as MPL Philippines, which means that we have Team Brand Esports as well as Team Rex Regum Kion or RRQ. With that, we'd like to invite our representative to do the draw. Now, do keep in note that the team drawn here will be placed in Group A, whereas the other team that's not being drawn will be placed in Group B. And the team is Team Brand Esports from the Philippines into Group A, which means that Team Rex Regum Keon RRQ will be placed in Group B. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the fourth drawing session, which comprises of two teams. One of them is actually the 5th place winner of MPL Malaysia, which is none other than Yudu Red Giants, as well as we have the 5th place winner of MPL Indonesia, which is Team Bigatron Alpha. So the first team being drawn here will be placed in Group C, whereas the other team not being drawn will be placed in Group D. With that, I would like to invite representative to draw the ball. And the team being drawn into Group C is none other than Team Bigatron Alpha from Indonesia. With that being said, we have Team Yudu Red Giants being placed in Group D. We have finally arrived to the 5th draw session here. And of course, as you can see here, we have 2 balls representing 2 teams, which are the top 2 teams in the open final, which is Team GPX as well as Team Aurafire, and both teams are from Indonesia. And the first team being drawn here will be placed in Group D, whereas the team that is not being drawn will be placed in Group C. With that, would like to invite the draw. And the team that will be placed in Group D is none other than Team GPX from Indonesia, which means that Team Aura Fire will also be placed in Group C. And of course, last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to our final draw session, which is the 6th draw session, where we have our final remaining 2 teams. Now, these 2 teams are actually the 3rd and 4th place in the open finals. We have Team EVOS Icon as well as Team Archive Esports. Now, EVOS Icon is from Indonesia as well as Archive Esports from Philippines. Now, the first team being drawn here will be placed in Group B, whereas the other team that's not being drawn will be placed in Group A. With that, I would like to invite the final draw. And the final team being placed in Group B is Team EVOS Icon from Indonesia, which means that Team Archive Esports from the Philippines will be placed in Group A. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The groups for the challenge season have been determined, and let's take a moment to appreciate the thrilling matchups and exciting rivalries that will unfold on the battlefield. As we conclude this exhilarating group drawing session, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams competing. May your strategies be sharp, your teamwork exceptional, and your determination unyielding. Now get ready for an unforgettable season filled with heart-pounding action and awe-inspiring plays. Thank you all for joining us today for the Challenge Season group drawing. Stay tuned for more thrilling Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3 MLBB action, and may the best team emerge victorious. Until next time, my name is Flava, signing off.
my prime. You follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I showed it right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime. Pack up your gear, I ain't got no room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear, trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end, I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy, you make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience, I think it's time. The man of the year, I showed it right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of becoming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Number one in the street, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Number one in the streets, so that wanna bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang.
One Piece. Because dia punya storyline sampai sekarang mungkin sampai saya mati belum ending.
Fate is my most favorite anime because it's one of the first anime series that I watched and it never gets old.
Demon Slayer because good graphic and like the story, it's good.
My favorite anime is Naruto because it is my childhood anime.
My favorite anime is Attack on Titan because it's so fun to watch.
My favorite anime is Eren Yeager in Attack on Titan because Eren Yeager is the one that a good kid, but that time a Titan attack, his mom died. Like he go through a lot of pain and he's still stronger. Like they don't kill him, he gets stronger and stronger, stronger and longer. You know? Yeah, like see you soon. Stronger and become longer. Don't play with us.
Pizza from Pizza and the menu is chicken lover because it's very tasty.
Burger from McDo because we always order McDonald's.
My favorite food is noodles. In Indo mie ayam karena enak bro.
In Khmer it's fine, but everybody is want to come here from another country is Prohok. You guys know about that. It's not spicy, it's not sour, it's not sweet, but I don't know how to describe. A little bit salty. You can eat with rice, white rice. It's good.
Nasi lemak, because I like the type of food that fits me lah.
Saya ni jenis yang makan apa yang ada. My favorite food is orang yang masak tu orang yang kita sayang.
It's definitely overpowered because it gives too much vision.
Wow.
And it's unreachable.
Nova is good hero I think because can open map, can press damage, many utility lah. Nova I think is a OP hero.
Good lah, because she can free hit from very far, just like Farsa, but more farther.
This Nobody hero is quite good, but in early or late game, RT cooldown so fast. Like revealing area, we can see everybody. And second skill, as long as we use, we can steal above 2 in early game.
Nice.
I like, yeah.
Novaria ni bagi saya sebab hero baru kan, mungkin sebab dia hero baru, sebab itulah dia macam OP lah. Dia punya skill boleh keluar map. Lepas tu dia punya skill shot tu jauh. Boleh open map semua skill. OP. Kuat.
ก็มีวัดปีโลล่ะตัวกาวไวเดียวว้าวใจจำเนียบ้านตะข้างทีมซีอิวโซนนายยังบ้านเคยจะเป็นรัตพรปีโซนโอ้ปัจจุบันชามเต็มแบบราสมากว้าวเนี่ยเปลี่ยนไปอะไรปีโซนเป็นอะไรที่สันไม่ราสมัครเปิดจีนมาsao bánh đưa mà đòn ấy
lại đưa đầu tiền với cái cái đưa cái chưa được thòng đè
thằng mấy chân nghe thấy ai cả sáng này
boss
Selamat kembali ke Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Might be a chance straight to the bag and they found the dive.
Menerbangkan seorang Sorizo, tapi sorry Jack.
There's a lot of pro teams and I get to learn from them. It is great experience.
I think it was really fun tournament to be in. I get to fight with some of the best players out there.
This tournament is a really good opportunity for us who are not in MPL yet and not competing on a world stage because it will help us to get an experience on competing against other countries and learning from it. That's why it will help us to be more confident in ourselves because we're winning in every game. That's what it matters.
My thought on this tournament was very outstanding because it gives people a chance to fight against other countries.
I wish it will be held offline and meet my fans.
I wish there are more MPL teams to join the tournament so I could have a battle with them.
I think SPS will be more competitive. There's gonna be a lot of teams that will join in the tournaments, such as MPL teams, and I hope it will be held offline because I also want to destroy them in a offline tournament.
I think SPS MLBB will bloom in the future because this tournament is truly an opportunity to fight other countries, and it was a most exciting journey to be part in this SPS MLBB tournament.
Thank you Samsung and SPS for the amazing tournament. I very enjoyed a lot.
Thank you Samsung and SPS for this amazing tournament. It truly gives us players some opportunities.
Thank you Samsung and SPS for the amazing tournament. I enjoyed it a lot.
I would like to thank Samsung and SPS for this amazing tournament because it's really a pleasure to play in this league and it really helped us to be more good in the game because there's a lot of competitive teams around there that we get to play and we absolutely destroyed them. That's why we're more confident now and yeah, we're ready to destroy the other teams. I love you, Samsung.
You got problems, just let them go. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. A lot of drinks and flashing lights. Don't just make you wanna go and start a fight. Don't it make you wanna dance and hit the floor. Make you throw your hands and drink some more. We tearing up the club until it close. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. I thought in this spot tripping out with my crib. Me and my people get broke while we don't like following rules. Swerve crook, standing on couches and tying our shoes. Bands laced up, and when they be drumming, you know we gon' do what we do. Turn up, turn up, turn up, and we gon' keep going until we start seeing the sun come up. And I'ma keep drinking whatever they keep putting up in my cup. And please tell me if I am tripping, but I think I can sip my cup on the top of a butt. We don't ever do a lot of sleeping, partying all night and every weekend. Tearing up everything, yeah, we geeking. Your body loving, you know we the reason. 2 cups, drinking, impaired, thinking that your couch is semen, so we jump high 'cause I'm beaming. I just wanna see you put your hands up to the ceiling. If you see a hater, tell them get up out they feelings. Tonight I wanna party, put my feet all in the couch. Please don't make me come and slap the taste up out your mouth. If you got problems, just let them go. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. A lot of drinks and flashing lights. Don't just make you wanna go and start a fight. Don't it make you wanna dance and hit the floor. Make you throw your hands and drink some more. We tearing up the club until it close. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. Came in the club looking for a good time and a drink on ice. Tryna dance with a chick, get a kiss, then get a new lease on life. And the party real live and the DJ lit with the neon lights. And then I had to start bumping the guns and telling me about something that he just don't like. Listen, homie, I ain't here for that, and ain't hearing that, and ain't really in a chitter chat. You get to talking all that jibber jab, then I'ma hit you with a bit of jab, and you been feeling every little bit of that. So back up, this is not your house and not your table, homie, this is not your couch. Too cool, but trust I am not no slouch, 'cause I will now call a taste right about your mouth. It'll get real crazy, the party pumping, music intense and your heart is jumping. So you may wanna head to your car or something, you don't wanna be the one getting stumped for nothing. I be turning up in every single place that these people try to invite me in. Don't start problems, but when they start with me, they gon' have to come fight me then. I just wanna see you put your hands up to the ceiling. If you see a hater, tell them get up out they feelings. Tonight I wanna party, put my feet all in the couch. Please don't make me come and slap the taste up out your mouth. If you got problems, just let them go. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. A lot of drinks and flashing lights. Don't just make you wanna go and start a fight. Don't it make you wanna dance and hit the floor. Make you throw your hands and drink some more. We tearing up the club until it close. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control.
Call the Babel out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm under siege. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. 'Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing birth of a legend. The past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it. Now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving my road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say hey. No man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission, and you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown, that's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better be from that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You beat, I beat farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, put it on me, put it on me, put it on, dump it on me, dump it on me, we want it up, put it on.
like I'm Hercules in my prime. You follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I showed it right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime. I ain't got no room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy. You make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you'll tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I showed it right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
PUBG Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? He the favorite, any race that he enters. Look at their face, they all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Will the Indonesian Hydras break through and rise from the ashes and the constraints of the Red Robots? That is going to be answered here today, right now, as we welcome you back to Snapdragon Pro Series, definitely powered by Samsung Galaxy. Once again, welcome back. It's Eterna alongside with
Goni and
Icy Baby 1-2.
Yeah, we need to work on our synergy for that.
I know, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't blame you, right? After these intense matches that we have witnessed today, we are finally here. We are finally going to see the conclusion between these two Indonesian representatives collide once again. And for those of you who kind of missed the action, we just want to update you that it was Bigatron being able to win 4-3 in another tournament. So they are coming from a full best of 7 series. And the question is, do they have what it takes to endure forward here? Because it's still going to be another best of 3 ahead of them. And with that in mind, whoever comes out victorious here is going to make their way into the champion finals. So that's going to be interesting. That's something that we're also excited for. And for those of you who don't want to miss the action, go ahead and get your tickets now. And I mean now. They're selling like hotcakes. Now. Only the Legend tickets are available, and you guys can get it in the website down below because it's so affordable. It's only 20,000 rupiah. It's so affordable, I nearly choked myself there.
It is very affordable. Ringgit-wise, it's only 7 ringgit, so why not spare 7 to come to Indonesia and witness the climax phase?
Yep, and considering that how things are going as well, if you guys are interested in getting some exclusive merchandise, why don't you guys join our raffle here and click on the link, type in this link right down below and claim yourself some tickets and maybe that really nice sexy shirt like that. I think I would look good
Your
in black
shirt?
though. Yeah, you see, it's on the shirt. It looks good in black.
It does really look good on the design, but yes. Best of 7. They need to endure another potentially best of 3.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Like, even when we were watching that game, it looked very tiresome, right? They were just bringing out everything they could. They were just, squeezing the energy that they have left, that mental energy, even not just for the players, but also for the coaches. And I'm actually worried about their mental state right now. I mean, luckily they do have Monster Energy to pull them through, but it's going to take more than energy, right, to be able to win this, especially for Aura Fire, who just lost. They don't have the momentum in their hands right now.
Yep, at the same time, when it comes to mental fortitude, this is going to be their second chance, especially for Aura Fire. If you think about it, because even though they lost that tournament, this time it is going to be their second chance, potentially getting their revenge match, because this is a match to decide who will be representing Indonesia.
Exactly right. So again, it's just a matter of sheer will here. Bigatron Alpha, they have the momentum, but the question is, will they go hard again? But man,
indeed. And the question is whether or not they're going to bring their main 5 lineup, because as you all know, Bigatron Alpha does have a little bit more flexibility to play with in comparison to Aura Fire. And with that in mind, let's welcome the official team lineup for the Red Robots. Will it be Key, will it be Vin, or will it be Moreno? And the answer is this. They are going full guns blazing here with Sarizo, Super Ken, Moreno, Saken, and Super Vin. So their most intense lineup.
Their most intense lineup, and it's looking scary, right? They just got a dub. It wasn't really pretty, the series. Sure, best of 7, but they took a couple of L's. They need readjusting. And yeah, Bigatron Alpha, I expect them to bring that momentum.
Exactly. When it comes to consistency, Bigatron Alpha, can they keep up, considering that, you know, if we count the games that they have totally played here, they have played a full a best of 3 series early today, they have played a best of 7, and now they're going to be playing a best of 3 again. So can they keep up with their consistency is something that I'm looking forward to as well. But now let's take a little bit of recap here on early today on how Bigatron Alpha was able to win against Outer Eagle. They brought in the Valentina coming in from Moreno, as well as I think at times Super Win does play the Kadita as well. So the double mage strategy coming from Bigatron Alpha sometimes can be a surprise factor that that catches Aura Fire off guard.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Bigatron Alpha, they're the stronger team on paper if you really compare it to the side of Aura Fire. So if they stay with the same structure, with the same game plan, I guess Bigatron Alpha can definitely take the series not once, but twice.
Oh, that would be such a mental block for Aura Fire. I mean, I gotta say, and I think that we need to highlight some of these key players, right? I mean, Moreno has just been such a monster, even from season 11, right? He's been so consistent when given his power heroes like the Valentina. You could see in those replays that he's able to create the momentum and find the space for his team. Engage can, disengage can, support can. He's an all-arounder. He's basically a perfect mid laner up until this point, and it synergizes so well with the team. It glues together so well.
Yeah, and on the contrary as well, glue is something that they will possibly be bringing to the table, especially in this game, especially when it comes to Faramis as well, which is a great answer to actually deal with heroes with glue. So I feel like there's just so many mix and matches when it comes to the hero choices. Eventually, it all comes down to execution. We can talk about the chess pieces, we can talk about strategy, we can talk about the mind games, but most importantly, execution comes first.
Definitely.
And to add to that, right? I mean, within this roster, you touched on Moreno. I want to add the new X factor here, right? Supervin, rather, right? Supervin coming into the fray. What this guy can bring is leadership and 2, experience, right? That full best of 7 can just be resetted by this one guy, and that is Supervin.
Yeah, the experience definitely shows in that best of 7, that the way that they were able to adapt to the gameplay of Aura Fire. And with that in mind, without their main shot caller for Aura Fire, without Facehugger in the lineup, I want to know how that fares, and I want to see their official team lineup as well for this match. For the Indonesian Hydras, it's going to be Palevi, Van, Reza, Kabuki, and Hai. So still the main 5 here for the side of Aura Fire. And there's a lot of X factors for the side of Aura Fire as well, right? Because in the series that they played earlier here at SPS, it was Blacklist's game to win. But with Kabuki just doing really unorthodox, very high risk plays, they were able to turn it around. So one of the main considerations that Bigatron need to keep in mind once again is to look out for the movements of Kabuki himself.
If we're talking about Kabuki, we need to tap in his killer instinct, right? Aura Fire, if Kabuki is quote-unquote activates his killer instinct, man, Bigatron Alpha can definitely be just caught off guard. We saw that in the other tournament, but let's see in this current match.
Exactly, and on top of it all here, to enable Kabuki, we have to talk about how good Van is. And this is the play you were talking about as well. That game where Blacklist kind of lost here is because of the fact that Kabuki was able to make a play in a 1v2 situation, taking both Ohab as well as Haji in that scenario, giving them a little bit more space to actually make a potential comeback. So this is not exactly the easiest game as well, but considering that Aura Fire took game number 3 in the series, it shows that they do have the capabilities to find opportunities to turn things around. However, early execution is still a little bit sloppy coming from Aura Fire.
Yeah, I think that department is what they need to somehow repair on, right? If they have prepared that, man, we can see a best of 3. But looking at the team head-to-head here, it's quite even, though in SPS, it's leaning towards our fire.
Yep, at the same time here, let's talk about the priority picks and bans coming from both sides, right? Like Bigatron Alpha, they kind of want to play around the fact that they want to enable their mage here because of the fact that Selena is something that may or may not be in the pool, or maybe not be picked. We haven't seen too much about it here. The reason why we're bringing up Selena, even though it's not shown on here, is that it could be a possibility to kind of threaten certain compositions, such as Faramis as well as Diggy. But the most pick here, I feel like when it comes to these bans here, they do have a general idea on how each team kind of want to abuse the current meta. In particular, 1-1, even though it has had very, very bad success rate during MFC, but here, we've seen wins thus far.
Yeah, and you can see even from the most picked and bans here, if you shift your focus onto Aura Fire, you see the 1-1 and you see the Joy. And what does that tell us? That tells us that Aura Fire really needs to activate their side lanes in order for them to do well in the game. If Kabuki is given space, if he's given a lane, a matchup that he's able to win, either weak or even the strong side, he is able to make the most out of it. And the same can be said for the EXP laner as well, Pal Levy. We can't really say who he is, but what we know from him and about him is that he is very strong when it comes down to his execution and performance, and we see that kind of reflected here. A different playstyle with Sorizo for sure, but what are the one things that we can highlight from both of these players?
It's very close, right? KDA, KP, DPM, GPM, damage taken per minute. It's very close between these two, and we got an even matchup, especially if we're talking about that EXP. But in this current tournament, most pick for Sorizo is just chill, right? 2 heroes, Glue and Paquito. Meanwhile, Palevi showed a lot of heroes as well with that 3 hero most picks.
You know, it's pretty clear indicator, even though it's kind of neck and neck between the top side here, the DTPM department shows a very clear turn on their approach on how they play the XP lane, right? Zorizo, obviously, you're playing a Paquito as well as Glue. It shows that BTR is designed in a way where they know how to take calculated risks without taking too much damage. So if they know it's a fight that they can win, they will not hesitate to take an opportunity, get a kill, and then just completely back off. Whereas from Palevi's side, he is more designed to try make space, create opportunities by soaking up a lot of damage from heroes that are very, very difficult to kill.
Yeah, not just that, right? Because we also see a distinction in the type of heroes that they want to play. We haven't seen a Paquito being played in the EXP lane so far. Sorizo was one of the only players to bring this up, especially during this challenge season. And that also shows that he's not just looking for the initiation, the engage. He's not just trying to make the plays happen, but even in the statistics, even in the data, we also see that he wants to be the damage dealer as well. He is one of the main factors as to how Bigatron Alpha are able to win it out in that lane. So EXP is super tight, different playstyles from Palevi and as well as Sorizo. And now we touch on the jungles, right? Van as well as Super Ken. Both of these players, they are young, they are hungry, and they have performed exceptionally well. People even say that both of these players are prodigies in their own right.
I agree, right? Such young players, but very high talents. KDA-wise, well, head-to-head-wise, Van in this current tournament has a better statistic. Why? He has been so consistent in playing in that jungler position. Neutral objective take and neutral objective take, and as well as looking for those kills, cheeky picks. This guy is the way to go, but I do not doubt Super Ken can pull the same style.
You know, just based on these picks as well here, you know, it's funny because Super Ken, he loves getting kills. He loves playing those kind of assassin kind of play styles here. But in terms of DTPM, Van understands his role very, very well. He knows how to switch between being the frontliner as a tank and oftentimes being the guy that actually threatens the backlines. But most importantly, I feel like Van has demonstrated, I quote from Murko, he is a guy that is just so good at video games because he just doesn't miss. And if you give him a gun and shoot a target, he'll probably hit the target 9 out of 10 times. And to juggle back into what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to retribution battles and contesting objectives, Van is just very, very spot on when it comes to those timings.
Yeah, he was in a 1v4 situation, even in the hero tournament as well. We could see that despite Bigatron Alpha holding the lead, setting up better for those Lord dances, Van goes in, picks up that retribution, and then it's GG from there. And the only time he missed was just too much going on, right? Glue jumping on top of him. There was just so many distractions that he was literally physically unable to click that retribution, and that caused him to miss.
So again, in the AXP, it's close. In the jungler, it's closer, right? Van and Super Ken, very similar style, I must say, but and also very similar talent. So personally, I can't wait to see again those two head to head.
But what I really wanted to add on to these two junglers is the fact that we've seen a Super Ken on really weird heroes, right? Alice in the jungle as well. That's something that Bigatron Alpha were able to pull off in the regular season of last season's MPL. So in terms of hero pool, maybe Bigatron Alpha want to pull out their stops here, maybe even, just touch on these weird picks time and time again. I'm not really sure if that's something that they want to explore, but I do know it's something that they can, and that's what is important. So we touched on the jungle. Now let's shift our focus onto the mid lane. Moreno versus Reza. I have not seen the performance of Reza too much, so I'm not really sure what he's capable of, but for Moreno, right, you can even see it displayed in his statistics. He has a better KDA, his KP is on point, and when given his comfortable hero, which is the Valentina, you can see the impact he has on the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only head-to-head lineup that is quite significant, right? You can see by the numbers, Moreno has experience. What I love about this guy is he has that consistency. Regular season MPL, playoffs MPL, and now in this current event, Moreno showed that he is a strong mid laner, very reliable, and well, that's about it. His calculations has been impeccable.
Yeah, when it comes to the stats as well here, I think the data is a little bit inflated here just because of the fact that Bigatron kind of just only played 2 games, and the 2 games they played was very, very inflated. So I was very surprised that when it came to the overall head-to-head to the previous 2 plays, which is the jungler as well as the XP, this should have been even close as well, but it just showcased that the reason why BTR was able to beat Alter Ego was because Moreno was able to kind of execute his mechanical prowess. In this case, playing a Valentina is not exactly easy thing to do. Like back then, yeah, troll first skill, second skill, that's it. But choosing the right ultimates to turn the tides of the battle in your favor is a very, very difficult thing to do. And for him to jack up such a high KDA, it just shows that, hey, BTR, they really, really play around Moreno.
And that's why I think the Valentina is going to be a huge contested pick here in this series. Both of the mid laners can utilize this to its utmost potential, and that actually brings the focus onto the drafts now, right? The importance of the bans, how they're going to be able to outsmart one another, especially starting from the drafts.
They need to, right? I mean, they need to. They played 7 games earlier, so it's a matter of, yeah, I know what you're gonna pick. You know what I'm gonna pick. Let's see if they want to bring some cheese threats, especially in game 1, where it's fair you can bring out some cheesy picks.
Cheesy picks, it feels like when it comes to comfort picks, it's also going to be a priority, right? Like, obviously, when it comes to playing long games, consistency is going to be key. So, playing those comfort heroes is what makes you excel. However, to win, sometimes you can't just take calculated risk all the single time. You have to take risks to actually gamble. Sometimes 50-50 coin flips is what it takes to win you games. In this case, I feel like from Aura Fire side, they're more risk takers, and sometimes they do leave you mouth kind of open. They give you a jaw-dropping performance and exceed our expectations.
And I like that you mentioned that, right? The 50-50 coin flip is exactly what Kabuki did. And now we're going to center our focus onto both of these gold laners. They are insane in their own right? Saken in that best of 7 was able to get the MVP as well in that 7th game. And why? He's always so consistent. He can play the winning side, he can play in the losing side. Whereas for Kabuki, it's more of that surprise factor, that killer instinct that you mentioned earlier.
And not just killer instincts, we're talking about hero pools as well. Where Saken, he likes the Melissa, he likes the Claude and Wanwan, but if we're talking about Kabuki, he has played the Cho gold laner. So he has depth in that roster. Is it effective? Question mark. Questionable, but maybe if he really wants to play that cheese strat, commit to it, that is a possibility. That is an option for the side of Aura Fire.
Long story short, based on this head-to-head here, Kabuki has a very, very big variety of hero pools to choose from. He doesn't mind taking an L to actually try and commit other things here as well. I'm surprised he didn't go for the Harif pickup here, even though it was kind of on and off in the previous season and patches as well. But for now, stability is going to be the key, because Kabuki, from the side of Aura Fire, is going to be the go-to backup plan for Aura Fire in case everything doesn't go well. In particular, I feel like the jungler coming in from Kabuki, from Aura Fire is a very, very big standout for me, if you think about it. Because if he doesn't do his job, Kabuki has to find a way to salvage the situation.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? If Kabuki gets shut down earlier on, he does have the mechanics to be able to, you know, just try and alleviate that gold gap, right? But if he gets Shu shut down, if he has too much focus, then it makes it very difficult for him to turn online. And I like that you kind of missaid Kabuki and jungle, but the fact is Kabuki can play jungle. I think 2 seasons ago, we could see that Kabuki would get flexed to the jungle position on the Fanny. So that's where he gets that killer instinct from. The fact that he's able to utilize these really high mechanical heroes and translate that into the gold lane really shows the way and the playstyle that he has.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in general, Aura Fire is such a proactive team, right? Meanwhile, Bigatron, they're more programmed, more structured. So this clash of style, yet again, we are definitely going to see. But that's also why they like to make that gumbo plays, because their proactiveness, sometimes it pays off. Some certain situations, it does not.
Yep. At the same time, what if, could ifs here, but now let's talk a little bit more on both high as well as super mid, because personally, I'm a big fan of what they have installed here. Because if you think about roamers, right, we always think about, oh, the fronty, beefy tanks just standing up, soaking up damage. But guess what? Not every tanks in the world can play multi-roles. In this case, high and super mid are really, really good highlights to talk about, because they don't just play the fronty, beefy tanks. They also play mages as a roamer. They also play important, crucial ones to find kill opportunities, which is pretty much Kadita, Selena, Faramis, as well as Novari are great heroes that can be flexed into that role, and not many tank main players can play those heroes.
And I gotta add on to that, right? Other than the fact of their hero pool, other than the fact of their versatility and the flexibility, we gotta give hands to Supervin, right? Supervin not only is mechanically gifted up until this point, he proved me wrong, honestly, coming into this tournament, but he also has the brains. The macro sense is what makes him important. That leadership role that Bigatron Alpha, the young Bigatron Alpha, really needed. And it's so great that he was able to fill in that role, being able to be that big brother of the team. Whereas Hai, he's more of a follower. And that's what I was worried about for Aura Fire. That's why in their game against Blacklist, I was like, you know, I don't know if Aura Fire can do it, because the big brother at the time was Facehugger, right? Facehugger not only was head of shot calling, he was also head of the drafts as well. And that brings me to the next point, right? The coaches showdown. Aura Fire are against the mad scientist himself, right? Coach Aldo, the architect is what we used to call him in the Indonesian MPL. And we see that in the drafts. Oh man, I'm scared. I'm scared for Aura Fire once again.
I understand that you're nervous here, but it seems like you doubted your Aura Fire team once again. What's going on?
That. I mean, we saw that. Like, Aura Fire and Bigatron, they've met up multiple times, right?
I smell
Bigatron won?
condescending.
No.
Contradicting.
Why? Why am I contradicting?
I thought you were
like
Aura Fire
your heart
fangirl.
can say something and your brain says otherwise, and that's what it means to be a professional caster.
Fair enough.
But then again, here I feel like I stick to my Aura Fire roots. Well, not roots, but I just love Aura Fire in this tournament. So let's talk about the drafts now. It's already deep in that first phase where it's Arlet first pick, Valentina and Lancelot. Yeah, they met each other 7 games today, so they know what will happen.
And now, seeing how the drafts are here, very quick openings coming from BTR right from the get-go here. Immediately, Arlot, Farsa, as well as the Beatrix being the opener here coming from Bigatron. But from the side of Aura Fire, they open up with the Lancelot as well as the Valentina. So I'm curious to see what is going through their mind. But because these are very quick picks coming from both sides, it feels like they have a very, very good read on what they want to do in terms of game strategy and game plan. So I'm surprised that this is happening, but I like the Valentina from the side of Aura Fire because of the fact that Moreno has more options to work with by taking advantage of the IMU.
I mean, they've met each other for like 7 times
Yep.
in a row already. So I think they kind of know each other now at this point, right? And that's why the bans and the picks are coming through really, really quick. And they're sniffing out these heroes that Van could potentially use in that jungle position. And so the Hayabusa... Wait, this is wrong. I think...
Oh.
Right? I think Aura Fire is supposed to be on the first pick, Bigatron on the second. So okay, I got a little bit confused, but yeah, let's continue from there. Actually, no, I need confirmation. Hang on.
But yeah, I mean, looking at the composition right now, it's the Melissa here is 88% win rate, so very prio and very reliable, and that is why also Bigatron here, they will commit to that Melissa in that position.
Just to confirm, the logos are just wrong. So it's still Aura Fire first pick and then Bigatron second pick. There you go.
Yep. At the same time here, I like how Bigatron is just respecting on how Wen is just so mechanically gifted when it comes to contesting objectives, right? Heroes that can actually do that are heroes like the Fredrin as well as Hayabusa and Martis. These are 3 very, very strong heroes that Van can potentially pick. However, now, when it comes to dishing a lot of damage and then threatening the Lord with the Retribution battle here, I think earlier today we did see the Balmon pickup. I don't think I've seen Van kind of play it, but this might be putting Aura Fire in a spot where, hey Van, what else can you do? Can you play not just the Fredrin? Can you just not play the Hayabusa as well? Can you play something else beside these 3 heroes? And in this case right now, it feels like what other good heroes that can actually go head-to-head against a tank Lancelot right now?
I mean, there's Martis, there's Balmon
Well, it's
for him
banned.
to choose, Akai.
Besides Balmon.
Well, Balmon's open. Akai is also still
Okay.
up and available, right? So there are still choices for him, definitely. But you can see here, Bigatron Alpha, they're going to go for the next pick. And I think that's really smart. I think that's really good, right? The Kaja, the pickup potential that it has against the Farsa and the Beatrix, it's going to make it a little bit more challenging for these backlines to deal the damage that they were intended to.
You know, it's going to be very tough game here, I feel like, for Farsa, right? You can't ult without feeling insecure, because when you ult, you're stationary and Kaja can just flicker, pull you into your team. So a very good pickup, which I'm quite surprised Aura Fire did not ban out in the second phase. But okay, second phase here, what will they pick is the question for that jungler position. Fanny can be an answer, but because
Fanny's
of the
pretty much
Melissa, Melissa and Kaja.
Oh, I was about to bring up the Bane. We did see a lot of Bane today here as well. You know, I was very skeptical about the Bane pickup just because of that it doesn't dish out a lot of damage in early game here. I was still riding afraid like, oh, it's just a meat shield. But sustainability is going to be key. But guess what? Bigatron, they bring in the Masha as an XP lane to contest against the Arlott.
Yeah, now if I was Beatrix, I'd be like shaking, right? Because not only does it answer the Arlott in lane, oh no, this is going to be an Arlott roam. So it's Lapu Lapu in the EXP lane. So very interesting matchup. We don't see this too often. This is like, if I closed my eyes, I didn't see anyone, I'd be like, okay, that's an Onyx draft. Yeah, right? Boots has been the only one to play it in this meta.
True, you're right. They're trying to replicate that success, and seems like, and not just the Beatrix, the Farsa can sweat in that game, right, with the Masha present. So again, a good addition to add dimensional.
Yep, to be honest, I like the draft as well. Masha seems very convincing BTR for me.
Okay, BTR, or a fire. Let's go. Casters, take it away.
Two teams fresh off of a hot battle, but the war isn't over just yet. They are fighting for that slot in the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals in Jakarta. On a fire, Bigatron Alpha. I actually want to hear your take on the draft, Gideon, because I'm hearing a lot of Bigatron aura from them?
Oh yeah. The draft is looking mighty fine, and I think a lot of adjustments have been made since the previous matchup in their full best of 7. I don't know how they have the stamina for this, but we're looking on high on Arlott once again. Even Cerezo deciding to go for this Masha. The first couple of engagements have already begun with an early invade coming in from Reza as well as High. A quick flicker from High, but now he's dead. As Vin and Moreno are going to chunk him down. They try to give the kill over to Supercat. They want to get a bit more, and Reza flickers out into safety. So far, so good, but a great start for Bigatron Alpha.
Oh, Reza surprised by Moreno. A flicker to the face and another kill for Bigatron. Aura wanted to start off this game aggressively, but Bigatron punished them right away. And right now, Aura Fire might have to rethink their strategy of being aggressive towards Supercan's jungle.
This is the level of polish we're expecting from both of these teams. They're extremely warm, they're prepared, and they will take every advantage possible to end this game as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And I cannot stress the fact that they played a full best of 7.
And the fact that we are still seeing them fight out here, we are all in for a treat. Topside Zakan getting pressured here. And we've seen all throughout Snapdragon Pro Series so far how important Melissa is. Reza, though, getting pressured.
Reza still has the wings by wings. He gets to go out for free, but that puts him at a very dangerous HP for this upcoming turtle fight.
Yeah, and now with 7 seconds remaining, let's see who can get into good position first. See here Moreno still waiting to hit that level 4. Reza as well. Here are the two junglers. Whacking at the turtle. At the start, Bigatron, Chorizo, Moreno sees Van.
No, it's not looking good at all. They don't have enough support. The level 4s are finally coming in from Padlevi and Reza as they get close, but I think this is going to be quick secure from Bigatron Alpha, and this is the tempo we like to see from the Red Aliens.
And you could see just how much fear Amasha pickup, that's level 4, instills onto one hero. Van here just stepping away, but of course you wouldn't expect him to go 3v1 to try and contest it. So Aura Fire, let's see if they recalibrate their rotation so that when the next turtle is up, they're in a better position.
Ooh, and with early rotation from Padlevi and Reza allowing a free kill on towards Moreno's side. Doesn't have his flicker available for the next 14 seconds, but Vin will have to clear this lane. That's what we want to see. The quick clap back, in a matter of fact, from Aura Fire.
Yeah, and clapping back between these two XP laners and their presence across the map is going to be an X factor here. Padlevi at times will be able to get out of lane quicker, and then he'll be able to rotate, but then there are times where it's going to be Chorizo, as we saw in that turtle. Meanwhile, topside, oh, here mid actually high. Couldn't get anything there. So both teams just trading abilities in key areas, trying to get some key recalls in on the opposing side so that they have more presence in their opposing jungle as they try to get vision and try to get even more disruption. But Supercan is actually down here bottom trying to get resources there.
I can only imagine that their fingers are shaking just to not have to use their battle spells, because again, you know every single time that battle spell is down, the opposing team is going to hit as hard as they can to punish you for utilizing an important resource. Now, topside, the quick rotations in is 4v5, but a quick flicker coming in for Vin to make sure he doesn't get hit by that final slash. This could be a redive as we see the feathered airstrike, Bennett's rage, and even the deadly catch. Sakin comes back in to clear off the last cart minion, and now Bigatron Alpha are safe. Aura Fire back away.
Oh, Sakin actually blocking the snipe there for Super Vin. As you see, the XP laners both cutting each other's lanes, and they are present in the opposing side junglers, but it's actually Chorizo deeper into the jungle of Van, trying to disrupt him as he's trying to get his orange buff. Meanwhile, that's going to be Padlevi doing the same thing for the purple. Van is going to be set back, and that means it's actually going to be Supercan closer to the turtle for Bigatron.
Oh, they can do this all day long, right? And now Aura Fire. Ooh, great Divine Judgment. And final slash is coming out for both sides to try to make the play, but in the end, Van, he's at least a quarter of his HP. This neutral objective doesn't look good. Oh, the stun actually goes through a pit. He ends up dying regardless. Moreno sitting backwards, and now Supercan, he's finished his neutral and now starts to chase the members down one by one. High, he's got nothing left in him other than a flicker. Supercan can't even get that out of him.
Oh, good thing Supercan just stepped back just a little bit, or he would have received just a little bit of damage as well from that final slash. But we're seeing here the stories of two junglers, both of them being invaded, both of them constantly getting pressured. And I think that's going to be the trade all throughout so far. Who's going to be able to get into position first? Who's getting disrupted more? So XP laners have been doing their jobs with differing effects, but that is the trade to expect. Now, next up, though, let's look at the roamers here. You have, of course, a Arlott roaming for Aura Fire, but the strong pick-off of the Kadita paired with Kaja, rather, paired with the Valentina, might be detrimental for the health of Aura Fire.
What is that game sense coming out from Super Vin, right? The last second, lightning bombs away from the final slash. Topside rotations have been made. Padlevi, he feels like he has to use his ultimate just to clear this wave. It sucks because Masha, there's just too many health bars to deal with.
Yeah, and because of that, it's going to be Chorizo going to be able to get topside turret. Meanwhile, bottom side Aura, will they commit a play here? But without the minion waves, they decide to pull away. And now you see here, actually, yeah, coming from 7 games, figures are hot, but Supercan.
he should be able to secure this kill with the final, with the Phantom execution. Even going to go for the invade, seeing that he's 2 levels ahead of Vaughn. This should be a free steal for him. Does he have Retribution? Yes, he does, but still, Vaughn is able to secure it. Supercan doesn't mind. He knows he doesn't have Retribution. He can technically go mid-wave and back into the purple, while bottom side tier 1 will fall.
Okay, so Bigatron Alpha have been setting things up for Saken really well. The position of Moreno and Vin, they just really wanted to secure that tower. Van, again, I believe he was able to secure that. The health was actually on him after that Scale Lizard pick.
And they find the Divine Judgment once again. Feathered Airstrike to follow up to look for a trade. Doesn't get anything. And so far, I feel like Aura Fire are on the back foot, but not by that much, right? That 2.5 doesn't feel as far as we would like to imagine it to be.
They pull the turtle. Key ultimates down still for Aura Fire. Feathered Airstrike not there yet for Reza. Moreno doesn't have his IMU.
Oh, the final slash is looking good, but nobody else is there to follow up, and Moreno finds a final slash of his own. They're going to take him out, and again, the staggering here from Bigatron Alpha. They are riding off of their previous victories' momentum.
Yeah, I had to correct myself there. He actually had the IMU, committed the final slash. Big help, Palevi going in.
Yep, he gets it. I mean, Palevi, he's trying his absolute best, but I don't think he can sustain it. Wow, he's sustaining a lot longer than I thought he was going to be, but that means that Super Vin, with this assist, will be able to get a fleeting time. Bot tier 1 collapses.
That looks a little bit like a little bit of hesitation coming in from Aura Fire. That was Palevi going in. He got some key hits in with the Bravest Fighter, but Aura Fire decided, sorry man, we just don't have the resources right now. We don't have our ultimates, our abilities are on cooldown, and Palevi, his sacrifice just didn't amount to anything there.
Yeah, I think it's one of those moments where Aura Fire, they're starting to really feel that fatigue, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the decision-making isn't as sharp, and you can tell that even the mechanics as well, it's there. They are going on pure autopilot from this point onwards. Is that Supercan going in for a 2v1? Yes, it is. He's going to get back out, but now from here on out, Supercan dominates the jungle. Everything should fall into his hands.
Borax Thunderbelt on him. He's still diving.
No, right? He should be okay. I mean, wait a minute. A majority of the members of Aura Fire are already here. They finally find an opportunity to punish Supercan, but there's just not enough damage onto Rez's side. Rizzo opens up the map, and Moreno very close with that final slash. Doesn't have that flicker, but look at Socket. Again, tier 2. Like, the macro from Bigatron Alpha is still crisp.
Yeah, and Aura Fire, it seems like they're overreacting to what Bigatron Alpha are trying to do all around the map, and they're not reacting enough to the split pushing of Socket. 6,500, almost there in his gold.
Oh, hi! He finds it after a failed attempt. Supervin now out of position, gets hit by at least the apathy. And now even the mid-tier, wow, they are holding that mid-tier 1 up strong. Aura Fire, despite it being in fatigue, their defenses, at least they know the priorities in terms of what structures are more important than others.
Yeah, they've suffered already in the bottom lane. If they lose that first tier mid-tower, it's not going to be good news for them. That's just going to be more pressure, even more so from Bigatron Alpha. They wouldn't hesitate going to their jungle. And now with the Lord up, both mid-towers still up. But the presence of this Masha means that a marksman has to respond to this. And with that bit of info, Bigatron, yeah, they're starting the Lord, and they might get it without any contention, but Aura Fire will try.
Yep, they got the final slash from the IMU. Ken is trying to make the play, but Vin unfortunately gets pulled on backwards. Moreno keeping the back line available as the Bravest Fighters already come out. This 50-50 is looking extremely dangerous. Socket now getting in. Feather Airstrike being committed as well. It's going to be Bigatron who walk away with the Lord, but 2 kills fall into the hands of either side. Trading 1 for 1. They're able to get a second one. Rizzo has been untouched. Nobody can deal with these 3 health bars.
Man, Rizzo, it's like he's telling Reza, you burst my team, I'll scratch yours. And little by little, that sent back the members of Aura Fire, Palevi, and High down. And now this mid tower is going to go down. Reza might also as well. Will he? Wings by wings to just sidestep it, even the feathered airstrike. Wow, okay, great micro being showed off there by Reza.
That's what we call sh-movement.
Sh-movement.
You like that?
I
You
like that.
It's got a bit of groove to it because
I
you
like
gotta
the
have that
movement.
groove if you're putting that fancy footwork. Well, in this case, it's gonna be the wings, but now we see the first Lord of the game starting to crash down. The empowered minions are great, but they're not going to be able to at least translate this into an inhibitor turret.
You see here now, Bigatron, all of their small decisions paying off big for them. Final slash.
Oh no, Vin! He ends up failing the attempt on that Divine Judgment flicker as he gets gets punished right back with the help of High's final slash. That's so unfortunate. Big resources being expanded as well.
Just couldn't lasso in time there. And a great final slash to make sure that they secure their Omer. So now Orify has a bit more confidence moving forward, but the damage from Moreno is going to send Palevi back.
The snowball is starting, right? Feather Airstrike once again being casted, forcing Moreno out. It's going to be Palevi who secures the kill in that backline as High continues to slow them down. Deadly catch to try and disengage, but it's too late. Palevi's down. Reza is down. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Bigatron.
They got a kill, but at this point with the lead of Bigatron Alpha, it's almost a sure thing that every time Orify will try to attempt getting a kill, maybe two, Bigatron's going to get something back. Saken able to free hit. You see the damage already coming out of this Melissa. Orify, my question is, are they going to try? Oh, they will, but Super Vin.
It still clips him right at the end. I thought he walked out of it, but no, Super Ken looking to punish onto Aura's High. He doesn't lose his immortality, but he does lose a flicker. Wow, that looked really jank.
Orify telling Super Vin, only cool guys can walk away from explosion. Super Vin, it doesn't seem like you're a cool guy. Right at the edge. It feels like we've been seeing that more often here, especially in Snapdragon Pro Series. Just when you thought you're out of the range. I don't know, maybe that's just how bombs work in the Land of Dawn. They have just a little bit more oomph to them, right at the edges.
It feels like a hidden Novaria at some points, right?
Yeah.
And now, Cerezo, again, he looks at this 2v1, scoffs at it. I'm a higher level than High. I don't have to worry about it. Kabuki, if you commit to me, it's going to be an instant chase down. Now, the rest of the team for Bigatron Alpha, right? It's all about posturing.
Thunderclap from the Masha. We haven't seen a massive one just yet from Cerezo, but if Orify don't watch their positioning, especially if they want to contest the major objectives, this Lord, question is, will they actually do that? 7,000 is the gold lead right now of Bigatron Alpha. At this point, Orify are just going to try to find little crumbs here and there.
Yeah, how long are these crumbs going to be, though? The bottom side, Cerezo's getting attacked, and so far, if we look at his build, right, it's going to be Sky Guardian's helmet, Corrosive Scythe, and as well as the pants. Not to mention, he's got the Thunder Belt. I was expecting to see Cerezo actually go for the second Guardian's helmet there, just for that big one-shot.
Yeah, I thought so too, but it seems like he's thinking differently here. Wants a little bit more slows to be dished out by his scratches as well. And then pair that up with a Thunderbelt basic attack 2 damage you can get after using an ability or after not attacking anything for quite some time, if I'm not mistaken. So he just knows that his job here is, okay, I'm going to scratch whoever is trying to defend my split push. And so far, Orify have had no answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a devastating lead, right? A 9K lead is usually a death sentence, but here we go, right? It's going to be the Siege, starting things off with Muddle. Cerezo is going to start chipping away at the mid turret, but oh man, the Siege is looking so very good with Muddles. Supercan can go in and out of the fights, not having to worry, especially knowing that the minions are spawning for the side of Orify. They lose one inhibitor, they manage to protect the second one, and now the second wave begins.
Despite Bigatron Alpha having such a massive lead, they're still biding their time. Look at Cerezo, look at all of Bigatron.
Yep, the Divine Judgment already locking down Palevi in time. Supercan gets all right out of there. The Deadly Catch to try and disengage, but it's a little too late. They've already lost the man, and now Bigatron Alpha looking to try and close this out. They don't have enough minions to make it work, and if Orify make that mistake for them, this is going to be an easy closeout.
Minion wave down here in the bottom lane. Top and mid on the way. Can Bigatron find an opening?
Yep, they're looking for it. Cerezo gets right on top of Reza. He's still tanking it through. Last health bar. Final Slash is already out. He sees Kabuki. Final Slash as well being committed. Moreno tries his best to make the play, but now it looks like Saken has an opportunity. Deadly Catch to disengage once again. And Orify, despite losing all of their inhibitors, 11K down, still buy themselves an extra minute.
The strength of having Beatrix, Farsa, and that Bane all together means you have a good amount of wave clear to clear out those minion waves at the same time, potentially even punish Bigatron Alpha being too over-eager. So you saw Bigatron Alpha acknowledge that somewhat, even though they had 2 more minion waves crashing in, even though it looked really good for them to fight, they said, we still really gotta respect the heck out of what they bring to the table.
Absolutely, and now they see Cerezo. He tries to check the Tri-Brush. High's going to slow him down. Even Super Ken posturing. With the information at hand, Bigatron Alpha start to take space on the top side jungle, knowing that they still have 26 more seconds until the Lord spawns.
I see Palevi actually just built up his Athena shield, knowing that Moreno is one of the things stopping him from being able to freely go after the backline here of Bigatron Alpha. The burst coming out of this Valentina, who at this point doesn't have a Divine Glaive just yet, but the lead is that big.
Oh, the Divine Judgment looks good, but unfortunately Saken has nothing else to auto-attack. It's going to be up to Super Ken to finish that off. The final slash from Moreno finds two. Deadly Catch to disengage. It's too late. The Muddles has done more than enough damage, and even the Inspire being popped. BTR are looking to close this out as soon as possible. High, the next to go down. Saken untouched and unwavering as they look to try and close out this game. Next wave from the bottom side. Does anybody have their ultimates? No. Kabuki, he's got nothing left. No Bennett's Rage. They try to go in for the backline. Cerezo stops Kabuki from auto-attacking, but they clear just enough with Vaughn alone.
They get to clear yet again. But Aura Fire does not look like they'll be able to contest this next Lord. They're just going to have to somehow pull off another near miraculous defense with the Lord that they are going to be picking up almost 17 minutes into the game. It's going to be the third one secured by Bigatron Alpha. What can Aura Fire do to make sure they extend this even longer?
I mean, they have the damage, right? They're at 44k. Their cores, at least for their carries, will have at least 4 useful items. They better be damaged ones, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you can start thinking about utility at this point in time. They're just not enough resources just yet.
Oh!
See what I'm talking about? Look at that damage!
Yeah, it's like Aura Fire felt like, I feel like Gideon's talking about damage. Let's show a little bit of proof. 50% straight out of the apathy, but here comes Bigatron.
Deadly Catch used early. Palevi is already charged up. Oh, he gets pulled again by the Divine Judgment. Final Slash to try and get on top of Vin. Pops his immortality as Vaughn is chunked out by Muddles. The backline getting attacked once more. High tries his best, but that means that Saken gets the free hit for a little bit longer. 3 are down, and that's going to be a quick closeout from Bigatron Alpha. Look at that momentum. Check out Kabuki just chilling on that couch.
Chilling like a villain. And you see here Bigatron Alpha, of course, after those early trades by both teams, Bigatron was just able to find some key decisions, especially with the continued split push of a Melissa. Aura Fire just had no answer to that.
No, they really didn't here. You can definitely tell that the fatigue is coming in. The managers, the support system around them needs to keep them motivated, needs to keep them focused, because you can tell that there are a lot of missed moments, from both sides, right? Kabuki, from the side of Aura Fire, had his, channeling his autos, looking to use his abilities at weird times, and I would even argue that from Bigatron Alpha, Super Vin had a lot of missed moments towards the end.
Oh yeah, we saw there him trying to get some Divine Judgments, but then Aura Fire was like, no, you're not getting anywhere near us. Just a quick final slash to stop him from getting anywhere close. Bigatron, yeah, they won this, but they do have to watch out for those little missed moments as well, because if not, I don't doubt that Aura Fire will find a way to force the game number 3 out of making the most out of Bigatron Alpha mishaps.
Whoa, I don't know about that. We might be calling it a little too early after seeing their best of 7. The continuous back and forth between Aura and as well as Bigatron. I'm sure that they have a plan in mind. It's just how much grit do you have? How much heart do you have left in the tank?
Yeah, grit, heart, stamina, so many factors, but I'm pretty sure our analysts will be willing to talk more about what they saw and what else these two teams will need to either continue the series or close it out.
That's the same question we have as well. Thank you, Reptar, as well as Gideon, for that cast on the game. And at this point, it seems like Bigatron Alpha are flexing on Aura Fire. Time and time again, they always seem to be able to lead the games, and Aura Fire, sometimes they pull out those defenses, but it looks like finally fatigue is catching up to them, and they didn't have what it took at the last moments of the game.
You know what? I think, like, generally speaking, it was just Bigatron finding those small wins in that early game and just claiming control, and just Aura Fire couldn't crack that loophole or find that loophole.
I agree. Fatigue is definitely going to be clicking in here, but I want to talk a little bit more on the drafts here. The final pick on this Masha coming from BTR was just amazing because of the fact that because you have 3 health bars and you have so much toolkits to actually jeopardize and threaten the damage dealers coming from Aura Fire. You talked about early game, he harassed Van to a point that he could not efficiently farm because his net worth was barely keeping up with Ken throughout the entirety of the game. That's 1. 2. Reza, whenever he pops his Feathered Airstrike, he is going to be able to get cancelled out by this Masha. 3. It also deals with the damage output coming in from the Beatrix themselves, because you only have 5 bullets and the disarm can kind of delay you, and chunking through 3 health bars from Kabuki is very, very difficult, which we did see as well. Kabuki didn't even bother to build the DHS because he doesn't have the capabilities to actually deal with this Masha.
Yeah, I mean, he can build DHS because he needs to give more. He needs to somehow just withstand. He was forced to build defensively, and Saken, on the other hand, just farms very freely. No potential engages whatsoever from Aura Fire. Why? Because he is able to position himself and gets his farm, and 0 deaths on towards his name. That was huge.
Yeah, Saken was just a monster, right? I mean,
Exactly.
taking 2 categories for himself. He was so free, and that was the issue with the drafts, honestly, I feel like, from the side of Aura Fire. Sure, they have engaged from the Lapu Lapu, but in the greatest span of things, Bigatron Alpha, they do have that disengage. They do have the answers to the engage coming in from Aura.
Yeah. The drafts coming in from BDR are just so smart, right? Like, it handled every single aspect of the win conditions coming from Aura Fire. 1, slow down Van. 2, deal with the potential Kabuki, which was the secondary plan of Aura Fire to potentially make the game happen. In this case, I agree. You could see that Saken, for him to pop and Inspire, he can deal more than 6 auto attacks and still threaten everyone from Aura Fire. Whereas Kabuki, after 5 bullets, he needs to kind of reload and then kind of reset before positioning fight. So it doesn't really scare off BTR. It gives a lot of space for BTR to kind of bounce back and juggle between cooldowns.
And that bodes the question, right? Is going to be Saken as the MVP or Moreno, honestly, in this particular game? We are going to see who the MVP is in just a moment. And here it is. It's going to be Saken. Once again, 3-0-10. He's just farming MVPs at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Corrosion, DHS, and Golden Staff, that's one way that to melt the tanky units that is on the side of Aura Fire. Arlet, Lapu, sure, you can soak in and find the crowd control, but there's Saken in the backside who will just melt you when you want to engage.
Yeah, it's scary considering that, you know, Saken is just getting so much space to actually push them back. And Aura Fire, even though, like I talked about the damage output that they are very, very lacking, is that in this game, you can see every single time they force a fight coming from Aura Fire, Bigatron Alpha, pay attention to how how Zorizo is always threatening Aura Fire, right? Every single time he's making all this kind of space, it allows Saken to safely farm, gather economy, reposition, and also find opportunities to catch them up. And in this case, I think based on itemization as well, Van was forced to go for a hybrid build just because to kind of compensate for Kabuki's lack of DPS because of those 5 shots per auto attack.
Yeah, and the thing about Farsa in this game, right, Reza in particular, like we mentioned in the drafts, he's just gonna feel insecure when he pops that ult. Why? They have Kaja hovering around her, and of course Super Ken on that Lancelot, who can just use his first skill to just go into the back lines and just disable or cancel that ult, so that Farsa that can counter the Melissa because it outranges Melissa isn't really effective.
Yeah, all in all, right, that was a wonderful game by Bigatron Alpha. It all started in the drafts. It felt like Aura Fire, they were looking to go for kind of a front-to-back kind of composition, but the problem was there was just so much dive coming in from Bigatron Alpha that they didn't have enough disengage to be able to stave off the aggression from BTR. And that's when the snowball started to hit. And that's why Coach Aldo, he knows this. He knows why. For the past few seasons, it seems like Masha has only been used by Onyx. And why, right? That started from Aldo. Aldo was the coach of Onyx, and now he's trying to replicate the same success onto Bigatron Alpha, and so far, he's been successful.
I agree. When it comes to this place as well, in terms of the priority on how they want to play the game, right? Threatening jungle is going to be the key to winning Aura Fire. Van has been the key winning condition from the opening here to make space and then set up for the game. So far, if we were to reference from the prior games that they have played here, Aura Fire was given a taste of their own medicine. They tried to bring the Hilda to try and threaten the Fanny coming from BTR in the jungle, but instead, this time, instead of using the Roamer, we are going to bring the XP laner, which was kind of surprising because if you put an Arlet to try and invade jungle, not necessarily that great. Masha, you can do split push. Yes, you may not win the fight against Arlet, but you can kind of leave the lane, go in the jungle, annoy a Bane. And in this case, that is a very, very smart adaptation coming from BTR to kind of tackle this first game draft.
A lot of depth in that Masha pick. Indeed. So I'm excited to see what will they bring, both teams rather, in the second game. We're talking about the drafts. Aura Fire here will stay on the blue side though. So what will be the changes, right? Because it seems like it's clear to me, not just execution, there was something wrong from the drafts.
Okay, we'll see how both of these coaches will attempt to try and outsmart one another. And on top of fatigue, the one thing that I really wanted to talk about was support, right? Support for the team. I think they need it so much, and you can see from the side of Bigatron Alpha, the manager is there, you can see the coach is there as well, but I don't really see the coach for Aura Fire.
Give him or give them the benefit of the doubt.
All
Maybe
right,
they're
right.
behind the camera, but
No,
yeah.
because when they lost, I saw Reza Pahlavi leave the room.
Okay. Okay, yeah, but I do agree. I want to touch on the support. Yeah, support, because today has been a long day, not just for BTR. It has been a long day for Aura Fire. Oh my god.
Yeah, but at the same time, I want to see how the drafts kind of go in here because adaptations need to be made. Aura Fire, I'm surprised they still went for that first pick priority, but it feels like Beatrix being shown onto the second phase pick right from the get-go kind of gave away a good tell for BTR to kind of abuse the strengths and weaknesses of what Beatrix can do. So I feel like going for eventually when it comes to the meta itself, tank meta has still very, very popular even now in this current patch. So what deals with tanks? DHS is a great way to deal with it. True damage is very, very good as well. Penetration is also something that is very, very good. I kind of want to see maybe a Dirov being picked up, even though you guys are not a big fan of it. We did see it in yesterday's games though, but I want to see how Aura Fire adapts to this situation, but I'm pretty sure they will not pick the Beatrix this time.
Who picked up the Dairoth again? Was it BTR as well?
It was Tsujin
Oh,
on the jungle.
Evos. All right, that makes
Second.
sense. They're picking up weird stuff, and it actually works. So cool for them. The Yves and the Fredrin here comes through very quickly. Whoa, 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 guys, hang on. We need to analyze this, right? Kadira and Lancelot is the way that they want to answer back, and we have to talk about this, right? Once again, it's always the Lancelot and the Fredrin in the jungle, and who's better for objective gaming?
I think when it comes to objectives here, it feels like from BTR side, they're taking it with the Freddy because of the fact that they know Van is just so good at this hero. But the problem here is Mortis is still in the pool, so they should be banning it off right from the get-go. Obviously, Saka is still very comfortable with Melissa, is still going to be sticking to their guns. However, now, when it comes to tanky heroes, what is great to deal with Fredrin? Carry is amazing in shredding through armor. Any heroes with DHS is going to be able to get value out of this. So I wouldn't be surprised that they will be leaning all on the Claude, but BTR, all they gotta do is just ban it off. In this case, it was banned. So what other great heroes that can deal with it? Maybe...
I miss Lunox, honestly.
Okay, Lunox
it's super not meta, but man, I miss those times.
Actually, Lunox isn't too bad. They can go for a double major considering that they've shown the Kadita. Maybe, just maybe, High might be playing it as well.
Yeah, that's still a possibility, and great pickup there. Lunox is also a viable option, even though it's not meta. But Bigatron, like you mentioned here, Terrence, they will try to limit the options for that marksman role. And Aura Fire, what they're trying to do is pretty clear as well. They do not want to go up against the Kaja, especially this Kaja from Supervin in Game 1 was super annoying, right? Farsa couldn't ult, basically, and this is also the reason why Aura Fire, let's just ban it out. We want to play it safe. And with this current roster that they have, why they prior the lands, we touched on it, it's good contesting Retribution going up against Fredrin.
Yep, it's just something Van that is so good as well. And now with the Kaja also ban off as well, it kind of allows this Lancelot to actually go free reign. But Kufra is still in the pool as well if they decide to have Super Win kind of play it. But my question here is, if they force this Kadita into his mage role, they are going to be lacking a lot of magical damage. And question here is, could they flex it double mage coming in for Aura Fire or force a mage in the goal lane? Maybe, like you said as well, Lunox could be a possibility, Harif as well could be a possibility, which I don't think is going to happen, but just putting it out there for now.
I don't know, I think even Kadita Roamer deals a lot of damage, no? My main concern is more wave clear, right?
Yeah.
Is my issue. So they need to think about this, right? Because I feel like Bigatron Alpha in game number 1 were able to capitalize over the fact that they had better wave clear and therefore better control over the map and those side lanes, and I keep repeating that Aura Fire needs to be able to win those side lanes. But here we go, Uranus gets taken out, but in response, they actually go for the Grok pick instead, kind of denying if Aura Fire wants to pick up the Claude.
I mean, yeah, they denied the Claude already with that ban as well here.
Oh, right,
But
I didn't see that.
With the Grok here, it's still a flex, right? They have yet to pick up the Roam and EXP, and it's still a question for Aura Fire. Is this Grok going to Roam or EXP? But in response, Aura Fire called and composed. They will. Wait, they picked up the Parsa on a Grok.
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised by this here because all the Grok got to do is just drop a gun in its barrier, boom, your Feather Asteroid is gone. Oh no, you know, preemptively forcing a Farsa to go for Purify just to block it. Not necessarily the greatest, but nice. I like this carry pickup. It deals with both these tanky compositions here. Grok and Frederick is not going to have a good time if they overextend. So punishing them is going to be key. Having those vengeance is great and all, but now the final pick coming from Beatron to kind of give them that upper edge is going to be very, very important. In this case, XP, I think Yuzhong is a good shout. I love it. Yuzhong is perfect to deal with this Farsa.
Man, if they pick up the Yuzhong, that's GG. Honestly, right? Because sure, I understand the carry pick is great for Aura against the Grok as well as the Fredrin, but the problem is her range, right? Carry is so susceptible to these long-range artillery mages like the Eve.
But no.
So that's already scary. And the fact is now, I would say that carry should be forced on the sprint. And with the Hayabusa coming into play as well, oh man, the amount of just aggression that the Hayabusa has, oh, I don't know. This Farsa's not going to have a good time at all.
It's going to be very hard if you're the Farsa here and that carry, but all in all, it's somehow in outdraft, I've got to go to a Bigatron side.
Yeah, I like Bigatron as well.
I have to agree, right? Even if the Hayabusa had some impact on both of these key backline, the fact is carry can build one, right? So that's kind of a silver lining for Aura Fire here, but the Farsa, they still need the impact from the Farsa. I want to know what the casters are feeling about this draft. So, gentlemen, take it away.
So literally right before we came on, we just said, oh, that's a Chad move to the Hayabusa pickup. You pick up Hayabu Chad and Chadrin together. That carry looks like it's not going to have a good time. I think we're both leaning Bigatron also with the draft here.
Absolutely. I mean, you saw our predictions. We thought that this was going to go all 3 games, but right now, Bigatron are looking mighty fine with the draft that they had, the momentum that they got off of game number 1, and now they're looking to close this out against Aura Fire on the blue side, Bigatron Alpha on the red.
If ever this is going to be their last game, at least we're going to see an anime battle between 2 assassins, a Lancelot and a Hayabusa that's packing a Master Assassin. So you know Super Ken's job here is simple. I'm going to look for Kabuki. I'm going to look for Reza.
And arguably, you can even like start it early and start working on high, right? Get those rough waves out, and Moreno is going to have the time of his life when he decides to RWM.
If you don't want Aura Fire to scale quickly, take them out right away. Sounds easier to do, but Super Ken has been making difficult things look easy all throughout so far.
So very true. So very true. Right. I personally like the draft when it comes down to the I wouldn't even say that's overthinking, but just really good preparation, right? I mean, Bigatron Alpha setting things up with his Grok. It was flexible. Aura Fire trying to go think ahead. Reza. Wow! He ends up dying. That is so unlucky.
Reza goes down. Couldn't bring enough Riz. It was Super Ken rizzing on him. My goodness. And Super Vin, that looked premeditated. It was like, Vin, I'm here. Go for it.
Yeah, he really believed he was going to survive. Vaughn having to use that Phantom Execution, get on out of there. The worst part is that Reza, he was so close to the minion wave, and then damage, just slight damage from the Nature's Barrier. Wow, I'm surprised that Hai is still alive there.
Yeah, it seems like Hai and Reza might need to communicate more, considering that they're up against a Master Assassin Hayabusa. If he's going to go one way, he needs to have help. Let's see if that they can fix things out there. Right now, you see Van in the turtle. No Super Ken just yet, so Aura Fire might have to be able to take this.
Doesn't look like they are interested too much in this side quest. They leave the turtle into the hands of Aura Fire. They're transitioning, and more importantly, Super Ken, he just wants to get his own level lead, right? He's got the kill that he's looking for, and now we're just waiting for him to snowball out of control.
I wonder if that's going to be the trade for Bigatron. You can get a few early turtles, maybe the first 2, but then I'm going to be going out around elsewhere, getting kills. That doesn't sound like half a bad plan.
I mean, let's see how this plan works out. Super Vin, great power of nature to ensure that Hai doesn't get any value from his Petrify. Now has to wait 67 seconds.
And you see here the strength of a Grok Roamer up against a Karita. Just the power of nature charge up means he doesn't have to worry about getting controlled. I thought Super Vin was actually going to be able to steal that litho with a wall, but it was Van able to use the retry.
But imagine though.
That would have hurt.
Oh boy, if we're talking about tilt, I mean, it would be very serious after a play like that.
Yeah, 975 emotional damage.
Top side, it's still pretty dead lane so far, but bottom side, that's where you're seeing the full engage. Vin already having to use the wild charge. Rough Wage being expanded by Hai. The RWM trying to lock him in place, allowing the kill to fall into Sakin's hands. Quick taunt back to business in the lane.
Fire got a little bit too greedy there. I understand they needed to get a win elsewhere, but they weren't watching out for the Eve. And Super Vin still hugging the wall, able to get away.
Doesn't want to give Kabuki an opportunity here. More importantly, Van, he's been looking for kills all game. To be fair, he's gotten really close.
Yeah, really, really close. Let's see if he can finally get that. The one that he's been looking for after such a long time. I'm really just talking about kills here, nothing about romance or anything. Super Cat and Van still both going for their purple buffs. Turtle in around 11. And now I wonder if the XP leaders are going to join in, or are they just going to continue smacking each other topside?
I don't think Chorizo is going to let Parlevi move out of this thing. Look, he's literally chasing him down.
He's tailing him. It's like, oh, you really want to go down there? No, I'm going after you.
Yeah, this is the kind of traffic I don't like dealing with. Somebody just constantly tailgating me. And now Superman, he's in position. He spots out too. I don't know if they've noticed Hai just yet. Super Ken could actually look to contest this, trying to look for the quad shadow. Gets right on it, tries to steal it, and secures it from Vaughn. They walk away. No casualties so far, but maybe Superman? No, not even then. Man, unlucky.
Oh, Fire, you've been struck by a smooth criminal. Super Ken at that point, that was Grand Theft Turtle, as Leo would potentially call it. Almost taking down Reza even in the mid.
Yeah. At the very least, the quad shadow felt like it was fair this time, you know?
Yeah.
It didn't feel like RNG wasn't on your side.
Super Ken calculated, I guess you could call it. Van able to... Oh, is he going to be able to hold enough? Yes. Holds on to the mid tower. But yeah, that does not look good for Aura Fire. And again, Saken not having any difficulty at all in the gold lane. Aura Fire have tried. They made attempts. It's just that Bigatron Alpha were ready for it and got to answer.
Yeah, and to be fair, Bigatron Alpha actually isn't that far ahead. I thought the lead would be a little bit wider, but it's only 822. So what is Aura Fire missing here?
Oh man, I seem like they just need to get a little bit more minion waves. Fix their timings.
Lead. Super Ken! He trades 1 for 1 despite everything. A full combination from Hai, dodging the feathered airstrike with the Oki shadow kill. Oh man!
What a play! Super Ken showing why he added a super to his name. And the continued onslaught in the mid, Reza falls.
Yep, Vaughn, he's chasing down Phantom Execution being expanded. He's not willing to dash again. He doesn't know where his opponents are. And more importantly, he doesn't know if Super Ken is waiting for him or made his way over to the purple buff. No information, no power.
Saken, DHS and Corrosion Scythe. Chorizo, dire straits, but able to get away. Meanwhile, his opposing marksman, Oni Kabuki, has just built a Corrosion Scythe, but it looks like he's getting close to the DHS as well. So, yeah, still very close. Orfire just needs to find that one big play, one big combo. This might be it.
They want to punish Chorizo. They're going to find the punish on Chorizo. No problem. Bottom side of the map, however, Saken's getting some good damage on towards Vaughn's side, but Pahlevi finally sees Saken and now can get into a proper 1v1. The Vengeance is looking good, but he's pinned against the wall. And now Saken wants to fully take advantage. His Super Vid follows up with the wild charge. Pahlevi is out, and he doesn't want to be part of this fight no more. Superken starts things off. Vaughn is nearby, but this is dangerous. Do we see the quad shadow just yet? No, he holds on to it some more. The quad shadow is good, and it's going to be Vaughn who secures that Lord. Superken is going to take his life as tax, and Hai manages to get away with the Ocean Oddity.
Okay, Van, we see you. You steal a turtle from me, I'll steal a turtle from you. I really thought he wouldn't be able to get it, but oh no! Superken caught out. Aura Fire found a pretty big opening. Can they convert it? But it looks like in the bottom lane, Saka is just continuing what he did from game number 1.
Yep. I mean, Aurafire, what can you really look to convert, right? The top tier 1 is already gone. Mid lane is being covered by Bigatron Alpha perfectly, and walking into top side jungle is just a death sentence with so many members mid.
And now Bigatron Alpha looking for the positioning again. In terms of the items, Marksman again still very neck and neck, but because of how Kabuki played that sequence before the last turtle of the game, being able to help secure a kill there onto Chorizo, and then of course pushing up top, he's just in a slightly, very slight lead.
That's so funny that we've been talking about the fact that Vaughn has been, I wouldn't say be failing, but he gets very close to securing kills. And now he's like, you know what? I don't need this the Guardian's help. Just give me an endless battle right now.
Let's see when he'll finally be able to build it, and if finally he'll be able to get those skills chained up. I mean, War Axe, very rare to see War Axe being prioritized now as a Lancelot because of the shifting playstyle for junglers, but Van is just like, I want kills, I want damage.
And they find it too on the bottom side. The Oki Shadow Kill comes out a little unlucky with the ticks, but Kabuki is still alive and finds the kill on to Chorizo. The collapse coming in from Bigatron Alpha with the backup just slightly behind. The RWN is good, but it's going to be the rough waves that buys just enough time with the knockup with Breath of the Ocean. Supercan manages to survive, but the back line is getting attacked by Levy. It's stuck in the middle of 3. Bigatron now turning it around. 2 for 3 trade. Make that a 4 for 2 trade.
Van, is he gonna try to push the issue here? Going after Saka. Oh! Phantom execution!
No!
And he's still dodging. No way!
No way, he's gonna get it! He's gonna die! The Thorn Rose connects! The iframes are perfect! And Supervin just has to let Vaughn walk away. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
Cool guys also say, Mom, I finally did it! He finally got those kills plus more. 3 out of a crazy sequence from Van. But Aurafire now, what can they do to make sure that those kills will just be for nothing? They balanced it out, but it looks like we might get to the situation where it will be a full team fight for this Lord unless Aurafire decide to make a different call.
Thank God that Vaughn just decided, you know what, I'm gonna get a Zerd Blade. If I can't get those kills, then fine. No big deal. But he goes for the Thunderbelt instead of the Endless Battle. Now we see a Golden Staff being purchased by Saka, and power spikes all across the board, but Aurafire finally with a slight lead of their own.
A tremendous read by Aurafire, knowing that, well, my purple buff's just about to spawn, so that means Super Ken needs to get his purple buff. We're in position. Let's just rush the Lord right away. So now, Bigatron Alpha, after being in control, they just received the styling and profiling from Van, and now they are in this position, having to defend against a Lord push. Aurafire, they'll look to prioritize that tower in the mid lane, which is still very healthy for Bigatron Alpha.
I mean, we heard from the analysts that Vaughn and Supercan are just nasty junglers. I feel like they've been playing more hours on Lancelot than they do breathing air.
I think we were talking about this behind the scenes. Right now, we're just witnessing 2 players that were probably born to jungle, born to make those high-profile plays. And we said it. We were gonna get an anime fight, and we've been getting an anime fight.
Yeah, they literally came out of the womb with a Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. I don't know how they got it, it just is. And a fully updated game, but Chorizo getting put down very low. And the airstrike is looking good, but Vaughn is going to find the mega kill already. If you guys aren't going to deal enough damage, I'll do it myself.
You mentioned grit, you mentioned heart, determination, Gideon, and that is what we're seeing from Aurafire. Giddy up, Gideon, we're in for a ride, because Aurafire have just completely turned the map of them, and now Bigatron have their backs against the wall after leading for so long.
I think after they mentally decided, you know what, we didn't qualify for IESF, so we're going to qualify right here, right now, and make sure that we are going to be representing on home soil. Bigatron Alpha, on the other hand, doesn't mean that they're out just yet. The 3.6k lead developed by Aurafire, I would say it's minor, but it does mean that they will hit their item power spikes first.
Yeah, alongside the items, we also talked about what Aurafire needed to do earlier. They just needed to chain their abilities together. Once they have their items, make the most out of the combinations. Yes, you're going to lose a member or 2 in a team fight, but you have the composition that once you've bursted the members of Bigatron Alpha, as long as Kabuki's alive, you still have someone to clean things up with.
I just love the fact that despite already having a Thunderbolt, they say, you know what? I need more empowered autos, even though technically it doesn't really stack in the way that you would imagine it to. With the Endless Battle as well, at least he's pretty much at his full build.
Sometimes the things we want aren't exactly what we need, but because they're just so shiny, it just feels good. I feel like that's what Van's just thinking right now.
What do they call it? Do they call it shopping therapy? No. I think it's there's a proper term for this. We'll get back to it. We'll get back to it.
We'll remember it. We'll remember it.
Yeah, we'll remember it. But for now, Vaughn, he's able to get on out of these situations, and I think he's playing out of his mind. Look at the gold he's earned, 11K single-handedly.
With the goal lead this high right now, and with Kabuki and Saka in pretty much even playing field, there's a slight level lead for Kabuki, but they both have their items. Just who can play better for their marksman. And right now, Aura Fire just playing so much better. Oh, look at Bigatron, look at Bigatron!
They're making an attempt. It's going to be Vaughn who secures that Lord. The Oki Shadow kill, really unlucky, but Vaughn is taking no damage whatsoever. Reza trying to look for the stun up to Super Kid. It looks good!
Bang.
He hits the shots with a feathered airstrike, allowing Vaughn to jump deep into the middle of that fight. Hai doesn't see the angle just yet. Bigatron Alpha able to escape.
Reza raining bombs over Bigatron, specifically Super Ken. And right now, the Super is slowly fading away from Ken as Aura Fire just keep finding him. It's like they realize this guy's been a nuisance all game long, and they've shut down the Hayabusa sequence after sequence.
And I think even for Supervin, right, he's just not finding Reza at the right place at the right time because he is just Reza is holding on to that feather airstrike until the very last second.
Yeah, and that's how you know you are playing with a world-class, top-tier mid laner. Key skill conservation, incredibly important for these two artillery mages. Aura Fire, here they are in the mid lane. How many can they get out of this?
They get Vin initially, but that's not a primary target. The mid inhibitor is still so close to falling. They drop down Muddles as well as the RW Web. They're chasing Kabuki all the way to the back. Saken as well being chunked out, and Supercan forcing him to get away as Reza's feather airstrike is good, but Vaughn, this means no more support. He's able to secure a kill of his own. The resets come through, but Vaughn doesn't care. Takes care of that mid inhibitor, and now the second wave about to collapse.
5v4. Can Bigatron hold on? Final slash misses, actually.
Okay.
Aura Fire missed some key abilities there, and, well, someone's still okay, Van?
All right, just go back in there, right? Vaughn is really feeling himself. He is hyper confident he can get away from this, and Kabuki is going to straight away punish Vin. Great stun. Supercan gets into the middle of the fight, but again, how much damage is that going to be? Nearly takes him out. One more auto would have been enough.
3 fidget spinners to the face, and Supercan forced to go back. Bigatron Alpha. Still, okay, now the story has switched considerably, so a lot of us, I don't think a lot of us expected this. At this point, you could just say, even though the Bigatron Alpha draft was better, Aura Fire are just outplaying them time and time again. They've read how Bigatron and their flow of battle goes, who initiates, who is positioned where. I just really have to give the flowers to, of course, Van. We've been giving the flowers to him. Reza, being able to use the Curse of Crow to stun at the right time to stop Bigatron with their initiation sequences. And, of course, Hai with his knockups. They've been massive. Tempo breaking. Have their efforts been against Bigatron?
I think it's really impressive that Hai has been using that Breath of the Ocean, not necessarily targeting people to get hit by the knockup, but really forcing them in a position where you're going to get hit by every other ability, right? It's either you get knocked up or everything else. It's your choice.
Yeah, so you're just sandwiched between crowd control abilities at that point. It's not a sandwich you would eat. You're just like, okay, I guess I'm taking this. And Bigatron, let's see how much more can they take as Aura now with a massive lead. It looks like they're still prioritizing contesting. But again, you have a Hayabusa. He can just use a shadow to somehow steal it. Can Bigatron get away afterwards?
Halepi is taking quite a bit of damage here. Saken doesn't want to walk up in front of Supercan, tries to make a play onto the backside. It hits Kabuki perfectly. He's locked in. His Winds of Nature has to be popped. The Feathered Airstrike to slow them down, but it's not enough as Rizzo cancels it out. The backline getting attacked, and they find it! Hai hits the jungler, and now he's running for his life. Good luck securing the Lord without a retribution, sir, as Vaughn now able to free hit onto Moreno. A 3-for-1 trade, and now they're going to back up.
One of the popular phrases by Echo of Philippines and the Philippine pros as a whole. This looks endable for Aura Fire. Will they force game number 3? They have a wall to get past. Here comes Reza. Can Bigatron hold on?
14 seconds is the key. 14 seconds until Cerezo and Super can come out with an airstrike on the right corner. Superman is able to slow it down, but no, it's too late. Kabuki has more than enough damage, and that's a GG. Well played. Aura Fire, despite having a tougher to pull off draft, make it and equalize it to 1-for-1.
Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 7. Let's go for 10, says Aura Fire. At this point, I feel like, yes, fatigue set in, but at this point, it's pride. They're fighting for that pride. They're fighting for that slot as well. That is important, but the war, the history these two teams have gone through in this long day, they just say, you know what, let's give them one last ride, one last big show for the fans.
Oh, man. It's one of those moments where you get that lead and then you take that breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
Then you get throat punched instantly, just coughing out all the air that you just inhaled. You're looking for that moment of peace and silence, but both sides, true competitors here, not giving them a moment to breathe.
Bigatron Alpha, I have a feeling they sort of look too comfortable at some moments, and Aura Fire just like they snapped. Ultra instinct mode for Aura Fire, reading the movements of Bigatron just so well.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they felt disrespected. They're like, come on, you think those early kills mean anything? All right, let me show you how it's done.
Yeah, and let's see what the analysts have to say about this. I'm excited to hear their dissection of this game number 2.
Thank you so much, casters. And my, oh my, once again, we do have a series on our hands. I'm not sure if they love each other that much. They want to go once again a full series. But yeah, that's the predicament that we are in. And I am stoked as a fan that they were able to thread the needle that is Bigatron Alpha and force a game number 3.
Man, I am speechless, but it's 1-1. Who doesn't love a 1-1? Taking a look at the game, it wasn't clear in the early game. It was such brawly type, but late game, Aura Fire seems to have control. On the back of who? On the back of their jungler, Van. Taking a look at this build, he even built BOD. Usually, it's enough. One item, endless battle, full defense, right? But no, this guy knows that once he claims control, he wants to kill because a lot of juicy targets in the composition. You got the Hayabusa, you got the Eve, and you got the Melissa.
I agree, and this is a very interesting playstyle as well because of the fact that Ken is going to go for the traditional damage Hayabusa. He opted to go for damage item first and then kind of juggle between a hybrid build. And I feel like BTR, even though there were a couple of moments where BTR should have won that initial engagement because they were able to pick off Kabuki as well as, I believe it was High in the bottom fight as well, which we will catch a little bit more in the highlights. Van actually ego-checked in a 1v3 situation to allow them to make a little bit more comeback to kind of scale back in towards this game. So based on this damage department as well, Van has got 45,000, which is more than Kabuki considering that he is the jungler.
Wait, is that one of the highest gold per minute we have had?
I think so, this series.
Dude, 923 for a jungler? I mean, we've seen similar things in MSC, but here in SPS, that is something rare here. A diamond in the throw, and it's insane.
Yeah, I agree. It's just so much like the moment you enable Van to do his own thing, this is where Aura just pops off. Like, BTR had this idea to shut down Van from game number 1. Game number 2, if you allow Van high mechanical skills, high mobility, and playmaking heroes in the jungler, he is going to deliver. In this case, he definitely delivered in this game.
And another department that Aura Fire finds victory in second game is Kabuki, right? He is able to find that space, but of course, without a doubt, if we're talking about MVP here, my money's on Van.
Yeah, give it to Van. Give it to Van. He needs it, right? He was the reason once again that things ended very differently for Bigatron Alpha that ultimately led to their demise here in game number 2. Once again, the amount of retributions he was able to land when they decide to contest, as well as the fact that he went into a damage build Lancelot. The adaptation he did in-game was just really the cherry on top for Aura Fire.
Yeah, this was the fight I was talking about as well, because BTR was able to set up in a situation where Aura Fire should have lost the head-to-head numbers here, and BTR was able to get so much out of this fight. But when they tried to ego check and dodge Van was just completely destroying them, which is kind of scary because I feel like Van shouldn't be able to pull this off, and BTR, they kind of disrespected that they didn't expect Van to hit this one. This was a 1v3 moment. This moment I'm talking about as well is like, hey, BTR, they got a numbers advantage. They thought they can kill off Van, but surprise, Van hurts really a lot.
Oh, the first skill, right? The puncture.
And he
no
doesn't
cooldown.
die.
No cooldown yet. He perfectly timed the target, so no cooldown on the first skill. And in this current highlight here, we see that, yeah, there's still mistakes from inside of Aura Fire, but Aura Fire still just manages to out-mechanic, finding the right compensation.
Yeah, you can tell that, you know, Van at the end, even though he was on the land slot that he usually goes for the defense build, at the end of that he was like, okay, you know what, I think my teammates are tired. It's okay, let me just pull up my sleeves, get on my back, because that's exactly what he did. He carried that game number 2.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how Aura Fire is able to find moments of brilliance despite such a long day for them here. I think totally right now, considering here, they have played a total of 10 games in the last 5 to 6 hours, including the best of 3 earlier today. I think that's a total of 13 games that has
12
been, sorry, 12 games that Aura Fire has played, and for BTR it's 11. Yeah.
Yeah. Luckily, they were able to 2-0 in that first match
Oh,
they
yeah.
had of the day, right? But Aura Fire went 2-1. So yes, if they do, no, they are gonna make it. So it's officially gonna be the 13th game that Aura Fire has to endure.
Oh my god.
Just between those two, by the way.
Yeah, and I'm feeling a little bit of a caster curse.
What happened?
After
What
the
happened?
drafts.
Tell us.
Yeah, I'm gonna churhat a little bit. What's the
Okay.
English for churhat? It's like sharing what you feel on a deep and personal level. But you know, after the drafts of game number 1, I was like, you know what, Aura Fire, and then they lost.
Empathy. Feel bad, I guess that's the right word. But at the same time, I want to talk about the drafts, because when it comes to the execution coming from BTR, it feels like they just don't have. They couldn't do what they're going to do. And it was just Reza kind of outplaying, setting up, and enabling the rest of Aura Fire to find opportunities to play a setup. And it's crazy because whenever BTR kind of takes the bait, they find a way to just turn the tides in their favor.
For sure. I'm still sad a little.
Don't
bit.
be sad.
I think I need a little bathroom break, guys. And I think the players need a break too. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go through a break just for a second. We'll see you after.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish and push to the limit and work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We are back from that short break where we finally see, and I'm going to say finally because a little bird whispered into my ear and said, according to their calculations, this is going to be the last game of today.
No way.
No way.
Really?
Yeah.
I wanted more games.
What?
Really? Like,
Yeah,
dude,
you want?
The games
I'll
today
ask
is just so
production.
many. Okay, please call production right now.
But we're back, ladies and gentlemen, all right? We are back, and, well, according to producer, this is going to be the last game. Hopefully not, but, yeah, let's see.
Yeah, Terrence wants
Yep.
solo cast.
No.
Production?
No.
Take
You know
the
what?
stage.
He's so passionate
You know what? I'm
about
gonna solo
MLBB.
cast for this segment right now, the game recap, in case you guys are wondering here as well, because when it came down to the draft itself, I feel like the intention from BTR was to pretty much shut down Reza on this Farsa. Having this Grok, having this Fredrin, having this Hayabusa gives so much option to actually challenge Reza. But I like how Aura Fire played this front-to-back composition where they used Reza as bait. And the interesting fact about this is that they juggled between Reza as well as Kabuki to kind of force BTR to be in awkward situations and then get punished for it. In this case, the final slash coming in from Polyv was amazing. The rough waves coming in from the setup was great as well. But most importantly, Van was just destroying them all.
Exactly. Game 2 was just Van, right? Sure, Kabuki was there as a side character. Moreno was there. No, not Moreno.
Moreno is on BTR.
Reza.
Yeah,
Reza
Reza.
was there as a side character. The main character from Game 2 was specifically Van. He made the outplays, and there you go. They are now ready for their best of 10, basically.
Yeah, I actually really like that ICBB picked that up, right? Because when it comes down to it, we always say that the draft matters. And honestly, it wasn't Aura's draft to win. It was Bigatron's, right? But how was Aura Fire able to execute? And I agree with that, right? Reza was the #1 factor, honestly, to just burn out the resources coming in from Bigatron, because honestly, there were so many moments where Vin was able to get that wild charge onto the members, but the fact that Reza was still able to flicker out or utilize that Winter Truncheon just really led to how things elapsed in that game. So you can say that Reza is a master at baiting, right? He's a baiting master.
He's a master
Yeah.
Yeah,
a master
I
at
agree.
baiting. So
I agree.
coming into game number 3, we can't even just judge this, right? We can't judge who is going to be able to win it out, because I know the drafts matter 60% of the time, but it is going to come back down to execution. So game number 3, it does seem like Aura is sticking to pick #1. You can see here Bigatron on the second pick, and the Fanny, the Wan, and the Joy. So still the same bands from Aura Fire. Meanwhile, from the side of Bigatron, right? Novaria, Claude, and Fredrin. That's when we see a little bit of a change, a shift in the dynamic.
Now, the question here is, do they want to prioritize on that Valentina? But it seems like Aura Fire, they're doubling down on ensuring how Van is going to be playing this game. I like this because of the fact that how BTR kind of tackled against Aura Fire. Finding ways to shut down Van. Game 1, great demonstration here. Game 2, the moment you let him play his Lancelot, he's pretty much uncontrollable. So this time, it comes down to how BTR is going to be able to deal with a very, very annoying Lancelot this time.
Yeah, they need to readjust, right? Because, okay, Lancelot Game 2 was unstoppable. They need to find the right formula to be able to counter, either mirror the movement or just stop this Lancelot, find a good hero that can pick this off. But okay, response is going to be Beatrix, and Beatrix, as you all know, win rate very low, but it seems like it's still prio here. So Aura Fire, they need to think twice. What are they going to do with this Beatrix? Meanwhile, take a look at the Melissa. 10 times being picked up, 80%, so only losing twice. So a very contrast of win rate. Let's see, will it increase or decrease?
Yeah, it's a battle of comfort picks right now, right? Because once again, Van is on the Lancelot. You can see that finally Moreno gets his hands on the Valentina, and now the Melissa for Moreno. Now, that's huge. That's huge. Both of these teams, they understand each other really well. They're playing to their strengths and their comfort. But the difference is, so far from the drafts from the side of Aura Fire, there's not really much attack or aggression or or just pressure onto the Melissa other than the Lancelot?
Okay, I kind of disagree a little bit here, but it feels a little bit more on adaptations on how Game 1 and Game 2 went, right? Game 2, now for BTR, they're adapting to how to deal with Lancelot, but now it's up to Aura Fire. Can they adapt to what BTR is trying to bring again from Game 1? Because as of yet, pay attention to this, Game 1 Beatrix didn't exactly have a good time, so I feel like they should be a little bit more worried of the potential Masha pick, which can kind of annoy the Lancelot as well as the Beatrix, which kind of limits their overall damage output. So they might be leaning on just shutting that down, but at the same time, Arlott is already picked as well, but that's the thing about this style of heroes, right? Flexibility is key. They can still play this as a roam Arlott.
Maybe that's a forced roam Arlott from the side of BTR because we haven't really seen Supervin pull this off. But yeah, maybe there's a first time for everything. But Aura Fire here, they seem their plan is straightforward. You don't have a jungler. Let me limit that option, right? Hayabusa, even though he wasn't really shining in Game 2, it seems like Aura Fire just want to play it safe.
Well, I mean, I guess, sure, at the end, he didn't really shine, but in the early stage of the game, the reason why Bigatron Alpha was so able to gain control of the momentum was the kill pressure coming in from that Hayabusa, right? So they're trying to deny that early kill pressure, but back again, honestly, Bigatron Alpha, they still have a lot going on for them, right? You still have the Martis for that early game, Balman, even, honestly, the Amon that we see really pop off here in SPS.
Wow, Amon, really? Okay, that's an interesting one. But I like these two bans coming from BTR. Terizla and Uranus, these are two heroes that can actually deal really well with the glue in particular. Because if they decide to go for this glue route, it forces Aura to say like, should I play that Faramis pickup right now? And if they do, it means that it kind of enables the Valentina to have a little bit more options. However, it looks like we're not going to get that here. We are going to see... Is this a jungle archive?
Yeah,
oh my god!
Yeah. So we mentioned earlier that they need to somehow stop this Akai. Heavy Spin can definitely stop this mobile hero in that Lancelot.
Hold up, no. The reason why I suddenly got frustrated is like, I know it's clear-cut, jungle Akai. But because it's Akai and Arlott, they can still kind of be interchangeable and force the Akai into his roam and then pick another jungler as well.
True.
Which is something that I think I'm just overthinking this, but at the same time, there is still
Arlott
there.
XP.
Okay, fair enough.
Honestly, right? Because you can tell from the Terizla ban, right? They really want that winning lane for Sorizo on the Arla. He is the main playmaker as well from the side of Bigatron Alpha. I might be wrong, but it's just a hunch for now. So, second phase now for the side of Aura Fire. They're gonna go full guns blazing. The glue gets picked up for their side as well as the Kadira. Once again, looking for that pick-off pressure.
Ooh, Faramis seems really good right now coming from PTR if they decide to go for the double mage composition, right? Like, they've already got their core Melissa as well, and pretty much, if you talk about AoE burst potential Chengchu Cult Altar from AoE-wise, Aura Fire only has Beatrix to do that. Eve doesn't really cut through those Cult Altar shoots very, very quickly, and if they try to mirror this, it isn't too bad if you think about it.
Yeah, I agree. Faramis.
Faramis, or to add to that, they already have enough crowd control. Double down, pick up the choke for Silvervin to just increase more crowd control, perhaps winning more engages. No,
they don't.
What?
So it's
They
gonna
don't?
be Aroma Kai.
What?
It's gonna be Aroma Kai
No.
in the last game.
I'm actually right. It is a Roma Kai. Like, I thought I was overthinking, but they're bringing the link for Super Ken.
So
Jesus, mind blown.
We're gonna see two assassins here in today's last game.
Oh my god, finally! I was talking about this the entire day, right? I was like, I really want an assassin v assassin matchup in the jungle.
You got it.
And finally we get to see it, the battle of mechanics, and it's gonna be piloted by none other, the two Indonesian prodigies making their way from the MDL, MPL, and now they're going head-to-head on the international stage. I couldn't ask for a better closing of today, and with that in mind, I can't wait, so let's go straight to the casters. Take it away.
We are just as excited as you, Eterna, our panel as well. We were begging and wishing for that link, for the Akai to go to the roam, and we got it. We will get another anime fight in the saga of Aura Fire versus Bigatron.
Truly a Goku versus Vegeta moment here. I can't wait to see it happen all over again, but we can see the early proxy on the top side of the map just to quickly hit level 2 from the EXP lane, and immediately immediately Akai. You can see that he is in a lot of danger, but Pahlavi and Hai have consistently been harassing Superkin for the longest of times, and Glue, he's not going to let this up, right? Moreno and Vin have to make their way up top side.
Yeah, and the Aura Fire acknowledged what Supercan can bring to the table as a link, so they want to invade. Here though, here comes Aura Fire, Bigatron already fighting?
Oh, Pahlavi, he finds it! He gets the kill on towards Super Vin as he refuses to use his flicker aside. Supercan, he needs this orange buff so badly. Von very close to steal, but now this is going to result into a second kill on towards Cerezo. Man, really brutal stuff. Great early game opener from Aura Fire.
Yeah, I thought Aura Fire would actually back off there because it looked a little bit hairy, but then they said, you know what, we can fight it out. Great call to continue the sequence. And now Supercan, he was able to get his orange buff. Good call also for Kabuki to show that I'm not going to let you farm in our jungle easily. And little by little, Van already building a lead over Supercan.
Oh, and again, he's unable. He didn't have his retribution in time. And Von, he's just going to keep on doing this, right? He's trying to stop Supercan from hitting his level 4. Supercan forced to use his retribution to hit level 4 now. And they're going to head back into base. Now, keep in mind, because of that early retribution, the timers are a little off with the turtle up top side in 6 seconds.
Yeah, so Aura Fire will look to actually build on that, see if they can get the turtle down quickly, and then just take it right before Ken can fly on and live up to his super name. As Moreno and Cerezo will go up and try to disrupt a levy, knowing that the glue will be a nuisance. But speaking of nuisance, they continue to annoy Super Ken.
Oh, the Tempest Blade's already coming out. He didn't want to get hit by the Breath of the Ocean, and now he doesn't even get his purple buff as well. Vaughn is able to steal it away. They find a return kill on towards high side, but at least this makes Super Ken really struggle from this moment on.
Yeah, the story of Link so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series has literally been, you cannot get your purple. If you really want to, you're gonna struggle for it. So far, that's been the story of Super Ken. He got it earlier, but the second one is massive, so he's forced to go to the orange side Jungle of Aura Fire instead, try to take that. But Hai is just TPing right in front of his face as they freely take. He gets it.
He gets the kill. He gets the kill. I thought Super Ken was going to be able to survive, but apparently not. Also used this ultimate as well. Not entirely sure how that occurred. We might get a replay of that some other time, but in the moment, it's going to be Bigatron Alpha falling significantly behind in the first 3 minutes of the game.
So if there's an imaginary checklist of what Aura Fire need to do, they've been doing it, right?
They've been crushing it, in a matter of fact. You can see that Vaughn, he's really feeling himself on this Lancelot in all 4 members' face. Superman can't seem to lock him down, and that retribution did not go into the right place at the right time. Supercan winning that out, but Vaughn, you can clearly tell the EXP lead is making the difference.
Now, usually when we think about links, the mechanics, the raw mechanics usually come in the team fights. How well can you quickly get your blades? But now Supercan really needs to show off the mechanics just to secure his purple buff. And look at Aura Fire, they're still here. They really don't want to stop in their invade.
Yep, they're pestering him, and they know that they have retribution. In 2 more seconds, he's able to secure it just in time. Gets away. Supercan just has to watch him walk away. Cerezo trying to turn this around, finds the initial hit on towards Von's side. The real world manipulation to counter engage, but they still find the kill. That's nice from Supercan. However, Sakane has been able to hold back Hai and Kabuki at the same time. Good team play from Bigatron.
And that was a warning shot by Bigatron. Now that they are willing to clap back, and they can clap back against the constant invades coming in from Aura Fire. Finally, little by little, Supercan gonna be able to catch up to the Lance here in the mid though. Just a little bit of a skirmish.
They're trying to get this kill on towards Cerezo. The split, got the max stacks. He's going to pull him out. Reza's going to try his best, denying his exit point. Cerezo says, you know what? I'm coming for you, Reza. Jumps right at him, and finally, Pahlavi is off. Has the final slash as well to help Moreno secure the kill.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a buy time, though, actually, just for Supercan to get a little bit of gold from the shielding of the turret up top. Oh, these two teams, they just continue the action. I like this. This is juicy. This is quite literally sweaty. It's getting hotter in the studio now because of what we're seeing from these two teams.
Supervin, once again, he's got his ultimate. He can tactically push away the rest of the members of Aura Fire, but it's a bit of a struggle for Vaughn with the iframes. Hai is able to get away with the Ocean Oddity. Kabuki is nearby, and this is going to be a non-contestion from the side of Bigatron Alpha. Slow them down as much as they can, but expect to see Vaughn show up by that purple buff.
No contention. Does this mean another invasion by Aura Fire? It looks like it does. Supervin. Oh!
The lockdown, it looks good. Vaughn, he can't get back up. He's used all his dashes and falls into the hands of Cerezo. The real world manipulation to turn it around to look for a trade kill. They find it. Sakin keeps himself alive against High. In the meantime, the time bought perfectly by Cerezo allows Super Ken to actually breathe, and now catching up in EXP to Vaughn.
And I like this. Split the map. Get wins elsewhere if you're struggling in some certain areas and that tower up top falls. But because of all of the focus Aurafire has been dishing out, Sakin again on a Melissa, relatively okay laning phase. Actually, it looks like he seems to be faring just a bit better compared to a Kabuki, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, we can look at the item builds right now, right? It's 200 gold in favor of the Beatrix, and yeah, right here, all the differentiation is right. Oh, yeah, you forgot your glasses.
Yeah, I'm having a tough time seeing it right now.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Slight leads on mainly. Oh, even Ling actually overtaking Vaughn in the gold lead ever so slightly. So he's recovering, and still he wants to make sure that he's chasing people down. Cerezo, final slash already out and exploited, but now 30 seconds till the next turtle spawns.
All right, let's see who's going to get a win before that turtle. Will it be a pick-off? Will it be a skirmish turned into a big team fight? Because with these many bodies looming close, relatively close to the mid lane, usually that's a recipe for something bound to happen. But Aurafire, because of what Vin showed against Van earlier, pinning him down with a heavy spin, seems like Aurafire are now way more careful and way more hesitant.
But this means that Super Ken has finally recovered for such a devastating early game. Final slash from Cerezo doesn't connect onto High in time, so he's not going to have his ult for a little bit. Do they still want to contest for it? Super Ken is going to try Phantom Execution and Bennett's Rage coming out at the same time. Super Ken is able to secure this turtle. Moreno finds High with the help of Sakin, takes him out. On the opposite side, real world manipulation from Reza is going to help take out Super Vin, so it's going to be Rome for Rome.
Heavy spin flicker just to send back the members of Aurafire so that Super Ken can easily take that turtle. Bigatron, after being just absolutely invaded early on, we thought Super Ken wouldn't be able to catch up, but they've made the right decisions, the small decisions to turn it into a big comeback. Still very even here though, but the gold lane still relatively untouched. Let's see who will finally be able to get a big win there as we look at the gold leaderboard. Kabuki close to 6K, Sakin not too far off behind.
Yup, and Super Ken second in the gold earning charts, man. Surprising turnaround for the side of Bigatron. Alpha, Aurafire, I mean, now that they've lost momentum, it's going to be a standard game, right?
Yeah. It's just going to be down to who can press the buttons better.
And it looks like Cerezo is going to start things off terrified already. Palevi can't seem to get out, forced to flicker away. And that's a very big battle spell. 50 more seconds until the first Lord spawns.
Yeah, that might mean a little bit more confidence from Bigatron. Alpha, they don't need to watch their position too much because, again, one of the biggest threats that the glue can bring to the table is if the slam and the pass, sometimes he can just use the flicker to maximize that. So they can be a little bit more reckless, but not too reckless.
They slowly walk up as mid lane gets cleared. They're looking for opportunities, but it doesn't look like they're going to find it. Super Ken back on that purple buff. He's going to happily take it, no problem, but I feel like Aurafire at this point, and especially for Bigatron Alpha, they've really adjusted to make sure that High doesn't get maximum impact.
Yeah, and adjustment has been a theme for both of these two teams. So Vin taking a fair bit of damage in the mid, though, Palevi.
It looks like Palevi's going to be fine with a split just in time. Sakin is not too worried about getting flickered on at the very least, but Palevi, without that ultimate, it's going to be a bit tough to survive this upcoming Lord fight.
Yeah, let's see who'll be able to get it. A position up top there by Van. Super Ken and Van over here they are. They see each other, but Vin!
Oh, he flickers in and he's trying to push Van out of the way. Phantom Execution being expanded as well, but heavy spin gone. Palevi could continue to chase it. Yes, they are! They're going to take out the Roamer first. Immobilized, locked down by High. The trade back instantly from High before the passive is able to connect. No Petrify, but it's a roam for roam, 4v4. Palevi tries to open up the map. Cerezo gets a good final slash on towards Palevi and jumps onto Reza. Sakin is going to follow up and a stolen RWM to secure the kill.
What a stun there, right on time by Cerezo, making sure that Palevi will go down. But again, the story with having a Lancelot and the Ling on the board, even if you have your key frontliners down, they don't care. They have the capability to just swoop in and steal objectives. And right now, Bigatron, see if they'll consider the reset or even just go for the final push onto the Lord to make sure they secure it themselves.
Let's find out here. Bond, they're slowly slowing
free.
it down. Phantom execution as well. Heavy spin, and he secures it! No way! Super Ken was a level up on him. The rest of the team just making it difficult. Nicely done by Kabuki to work with his jungler.
It feels like Aura Fire was telling Van, man, we first picked your Lancelot. Please take this Lord. And Van said, oh, absolutely, I will. Super Ken now will be forced back a little bit. We were just saying it. These two assassins really don't care that much. They have the ability kit to just steal it away, and they did. What a play by Van.
Oh boy, oh, real sweaty between the two. Every
Yeah.
resource being taken into consideration, every bush being checked, every ability being utilized to its maximum potential. A little unlucky, at least for Super Ken, but at the very least, right, he's able to split the map. Mid, getting hard contested right now. Vin sees high, he hits two! The rough ways doesn't get as much damage as he would like, but the mid tier 1 finally falls for Bigatron Alpha when the Lord is going to chip away on the tier 2 on the bottom side.
Yeah, unfortunate there for High that Moreno and Saken weren't exactly at the center of the rough waves, just at the edge of it, so he really wasn't able to maximize the damage. Meanwhile, Super Ken and Van have their own thing going on at the top. Super Ken might get spotted out here. Tempest of Blades already used.
Oh no, he's locked on! The great grab coming in from Palevi, buying that extra 0.5 seconds to allow the rest of the team to collapse. And now without a jungler, Bigatron Alpha are going to have to try and go for this defense with outside lane pressure.
At the same time, or don't have to worry that much. Oh, what a final slash!
Oh, it's so good! Final slash right into the Beyblade. Palevi still alive, tries his best, but will finally go down. Wow, Vin gets the kill. All right. Wasn't expecting him to get the kill.
Yeah, maybe he was thinking, I kind of want one too. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah.
They were able to get it, but Aura Fire able to get that mid lane turret. Moreno has the RWM on him, so in the next big sequence between these two, you're going to have to watch out for that.
Yep, Aura now with a 4.3k lead on their side. Huge gold swing thanks to the structures. In the next 55 seconds or so, either Bigatron Alpha needs to get resources away for Aura Fire, or maybe Aura Fire could look to get a fight.
Yeah, look at the two marksmen. 3 kills already for Kabuki. 4 assists for Saken. Not to say that he hasn't made an impact. Those assists means he's able to deal the damage, but of course, look at the goal disparity between the two. Already a malefic roar built by this Beatrix. Still on the way to a Wind of Nature, if I'm not mistaken, here for Saken, if he really wants to build that. But considering that he's up against a Lancelot, yeah, that would be tremendous help.
And let's not even forget about the 1.56k coming in from no other than High, a roamer. Kind of shocking, the fact that he still is able to afford both, with Magic Worship, by the way, not Mystery Shop, both the Clock of Destinies and the Divine Glaive.
That just goes to show how much Aura Fire was able to find again after Super Ken and the rest of Bigatron Alpha balancing things out, turning things in the favor of Aura Fire this time around. I like it when I see a Rome Kadita after picking up the Clock of Destiny has a Divine Glaive right away. That means Bigatron's backline really needs to be careful.
Yep, they can't even get close to this backline. As you mentioned it happens. Manifestation is real. And Moreno not getting chased down by High, by himself. The final slash is going to pull him out of position to help Super Ken secure the kill, but it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Aura Fire and a free Lord.
I usually do not believe in caster curses. All I can say right now is, sorry, Bigatron. I really wasn't trying to manifest anything. It was High who made things happen for Aura Fire and for himself.
Oh boy, I mean, I have to admit, this is why that you got to be careful when High is given some of his comfort picks, right? And especially this Kadita. Every team has been banning it out, but Bigatron Alpha, after 9 games, they are really feeling the mistake.
Let's see. Can they hold on here? There's a stun onto Palevi. Lord marching in. It looks like Aura Fire will back off. Oh, but Vin goes in!
He tries, but Kabuki is able to flicker out in time. Super King gets chunked out, but it's not good. They don't have enough ultimate, but they do have enough members, and especially with Saken and Muddles, is able to zone the rest off and take out the Lord. Nicely done by Bigatron Alpha as they look to equalize, but the second wave comes in, and Aura Fire look for more. RWM being used. Flicker with a final slash. They get in deep. Saken is free hitting in the front. They have nothing left, and Super Ken able to find Kabuki. He's chasing for more. more. Winter Truncheon being exposed. Phantom Execution outplayed for the side of Aura Fire. Nicely done by both Van and as well as Reza.
Oh man, Reza with the Rizla. Did I say that right?
Yep, you said that right.
Thank you so much. Winter Truncheon, I didn't even know he had that on him. Quick press, quick hands. I really thought Supercan had that kill onto Reza, but what a play by the Eve of Aura Fire. You know, just when Bigatron said, oh, I smell something, an opportunity, look at Aura going back to the backline again. They didn't see him.
No, Saken, he petrifies. Full combo gets one. Saken with a little bit of HP left. Real world manipulation is going to put him out of his misery.
High again. High mechanics, high IQ. The sneakiest Kanata I've ever seen. What a play by High, and Aura still have a grip on this game that Bigatron cannot get out of.
Yep. Mid inhibitor already gone. BTR on the back foot. Cerezo with the final slash trying to buy time, but his vengeance isn't enough. It's terrified in place. 2v5. 6 more seconds until Moreno comes back in. Von's going to try and make something happen here. Good knockup. High just keeps on hitting these breaths of the oceans. And Superken is losing out to Kabuki. Has to use the Blade of Tempest. Moreno tries to clear the last wave, and Saken finally getting back into the fight. The defense is good, and the defense succeeds. They managed to hold out for a little bit longer. They need to get rid of that last minion. They're chucking it down all the way to the end. Aura Fire have done it in this best of 3. They walk away 2-1. They may not qualify for ISF, but they will protect home soil.
Aura Fire will go and stay in Jakarta to defend home soil in the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. They have burned down the security of Bigatron Alpha. The idea that they will defend home soil in the finals, they get their revenge. What an end to the saga for now.
Wow. Truly, this is going to be a story told amongst the MPL Indonesians for a while. Both sides at each other's throats, but still, they are bound by blood and just sweat. Honestly, at this point, might as well tears.
Clip it, story it, reel it, make sure that it will be shared for years to come. The saga that these two have went on throughout this day alone, so even before that, they've gone through days of another tournament before this. The story that these two tell, these are the times where you think, is life really this scripted?
Usually reality is a little bit more surprising than fiction, fiction itself. That is the term. Oh man, I am tired. I cannot imagine what these players are feeling. Just the raw exhaustion and finally just the pressure being lifted off of their chests.
Massive amount of respect to Bigatron Alpha and Aura Fire. Thank you so much for tuning in for this game. My name is Reptar. This is Gideon, but it isn't over yet. The panel will dissect what just happened.
13 games, no problem, as the Indonesian Hydras melted the Red Robots in their own seat. What a comeback by Aura Fire. Aura fans around the world, they must be proud.
They really must. And if you really think about it, right, previously in the best of 7, it was 4-3 to Bigatron. Bigatron added a point. Aura Fire added 2 points. They're at an even 5-5. That is intense between Bigatron and Aura.
It's crazy because it kind of reminds me of how back in the days the Romans have the gladiators stuck in the middle of the Colosseum, just pouring hearts and soul, bloody sweats and tears, just trying to survive. In this case, the survivor will be Aura Fire. And however, it's not over yet for BTR though. They still have that last chance qualifier down the bottom. But let's dissect the game a little bit here on how things went down here. Personally, I feel like having this Link pickup as a form Super Ken, he was able to dominate that early aggression. But over time, when the game kind of went into the later stage of the game, when both Van as well as Super Ken was level 15, things got a little bit different because when we talk about power spikes, Link's power spike kind of falls off after level 15 to a point where if you don't have those purple buffs, you are gonna make a little bit more, you have lesser room to work with when it comes to bobbing and weaving.
And we can see here synergy in Game 3 from side of Aura Fire was just so evident. Take a look at Reza 307, just dominating in that mid lane head-to-head. Whereas Moreno, sure, positive win rate, but it's a struggle, right? I mean, if you compare it to Reza. And again, Van displayed a great Lancelot. Very nice series here, but Aura Fire overall just dominates after minute, number 9? It's just so hard for Bigatron to bounce back and reclaim that early lead that they have.
Yeah, I really like the idea that BTR tried to adapt on how to deal with Van, right? They used the sacrificial pawn strategy and as well as the sacrificial knight strategy, which pretty much says that you sacrifice win in order to achieve objectives, which is pretty much the key idea on how they wanted Super Ken to contest the early turtles. But when it came down to First Lord, you know, Aura was at a stage where, hey, you know what? This is an Akai. I have a Kadida. If I chunk you low enough, I can bait out heavy spins to a point where it doesn't really matter. It all comes down to a 50-50 coin flip, and Van is just so much better.
Yeah, Van was playing exceptionally well. You also said the versatility of Reza. Kabuki did his job too, but so did Palevi, being able to grab 2 of the titles, both the Ironclad as well as the assist. So the question is, who won that MVP? Because I think an honorable mention we need to give an honorable mention to Hai as well, right? There were so many moments that he was able to get those pickoffs in the back line, and everyone else was really good at following up as well. His positioning, his pickoff, impeccable. So MVP from the side of Aura Fire. Who's it gonna go to? Drumroll, please. Okay, it's gonna be for Reza.
Well, again, 307 stats in a very intense game. He can withstand the pressure, can overcome his mental, but positioning, timing has been impeccable from this guy for this game.
I guess honorary mention definitely goes towards Hai, right? He pretty much sets up the precedent for Reza to kind of set the dunk, you know, the alley-oop, the setup, the assist. So I guess that Reza's position as a Yip, he's 3-0-7. If you think about it here, it's not that easy to actually, I would say, outmaneuver a Link as well as an Akai, which is crazy because there was one time Super Ken could have wiped out the members coming from Aura Fire, but it was Reza with his Winter Trunk and Clutch to allow Van to get a very easy kill onto his Link, especially towards the 12-minute mark there, where things got a little bit spicy because it felt like BTR should have completely swept Aura Fire in that engagement.
That was huge. It caused a great miscalculation, and at that point they needed the damage coming in from the Link. So that was a huge dub for Aura Fire in that small minuscule moment of hitting that Winter Truncheon. And you can see how things panned out here for both of these teams.
And looking at the highlights, it's just after here, minute number 14, it was just Aura's game. Bigatron, when you're on a Link, it's very hard for you to find that loophole to bounce back. All you can do is just split, which he did. But it's again Aura Fire just reading out. And this was the play where Bigatron was able to shut down Kabuki, but it was just member here. This was the play.
Here's it.
Yeah, this was the play I'm talking about. Sorry, not 12-minute mark, it was the 15-minute mark. But at the same time, as this is where we start to see the power spike fall off coming in from Super Ken, right? Because Link is, we all know for a fact, Link is super dependent on the purple buff, and ever since the snowball kind of choked Bigatron into its base, there's no way that Bigatron could have pushed out contested for the purple buff, which allowed Aura Fire to kind of step on that wounds where Bigatron just could not make a comeback. So making sure that they could not get those purple buff on Link was pretty much the key winning factor that allowed Aura Fire to close out these games. However, with that being said here, congratulations to Aura Fire though.
Yeah, congratulations indeed. They are going to be the next Indonesian representative to move forward here straight towards the Challenge Finals in Jakarta. So that kind of gives, you know, actually no, I can't say that. I was going to say Ryan doesn't have much of a headache, but if either one, yeah. Oh, wait, no, because Bigatron qualified to ISF, right? All right, so that's a little bit of a job alleviated for Ryan there. I bet he's just smiling from toe to feet there. Smiling. And if we take a look at this now, right, so already 3 teams have qualified. We have Evo's Icon, Aura Fire from Indo, Bren from the Philippines, and now 3 more slots are left. We are going to crown 1 more tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, and then for the next 2, they're going to have to fight for it in a completely new bracket.
gonna be tough. It's gonna be intense. But mind you, Ren Esports M2 champion Eval Cyclone MDL, Aura of Fire Season 11 was 8th. So the contrast of the quote-unquote achievements the three teams has is amazing.
They really, really grew up from back then, and I can see the little smirks coming on Eternal as well as Gani, because today seems to be an Indonesia day.
Pull out the Indo flag, right? Might as well.
Do you have one?
In the back.
Mine's here.
Oh!
Flexing a little, flexing a little. But
That
yeah,
was good.
I like this. I like this. It shows just a small amount of time gives these teams the ability to improve that much, and we're giving birth to so many amazing players already. But oh, it looks like we're on a call with the winner. Let's invite him in. Who is it? Who is it? Is it Hai? Is it Van? Is it the coach? Palevi? Or are we gonna see the two mysterious players finally come on stage? But wait a minute, it's Bay Buki. That's what they call him in Indonesia. Kabuki! Kabuki, put your headset on! Oh my god, a lot of girls are so jealous of me right now. Halo Kabuki, apa kabar? Kabuki bisa denger nggak? Oh no, we can't hear him.
We
Kabuki,
can't hear
kita nggak bisa denger Kabuki. Ada mic-nya nggak? Mic-nya udah nyala belum? Man, just a second, right?
Hang on. We are dealing with it,
Dude.
but it's Kabuki,
Yeah.
the man that outplayed Blacklist earlier.
It's
Yeah.
Buki.
It's Beibuki.
Yeah, they were the reason why Blacklist was sent down to begin with here. It was, like we said as well, it was Blacklist game to win, but Kabuki made a miracle. So for them to actually overcome those odds against Blacklist and also taking a dub from BTR despite playing a very, very long day, and to keep up top tier performances coming from these two teams, it just shows you that you don't just need to be good at the game. Mental strength, mental fortitude, and also being persistent is going to be the key. And as of yet, I feel like Aura Fire is just one step closer. And I really want to pick towards the minds on what Kabuki was thinking in that play,
please.
because it felt like all hope was lost
Please,
against
Kabuki.
Blacklist. And also, recently, they took a L against BTR for the IESF qualification. So I feel like there's just so much mixed emotions that is going to be going through Aura Fire members' minds. But it feels like Kabuki, I feel like there's so much we can ask about, especially for today.
Yeah. Okay, Gani, do you want to translate or do you want to ask?
I want to ask.
You're the translator,
Kabuki.
because I'm the guy who doesn't understand Indo.
You want to rock, scissors, paper it?
Yo, please, we have a
Why?
time
Okay,
competition.
best of three, okay?
Let's go.
What do you mean? We can ask together.
Let me cast this
No,
here.
it's
Ladies
fun.
and gentlemen,
It's
would
fun.
you like to
Mini
see
tournament.
a rock, paper, scissors competition?
Let's go.
This
Okay.
is a best of 3 format between
Scissors,
Eterna
paper.
and Connie.
No, wait. Do
Okay.
it the right way.
Which one?
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Ready?
Oh.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
All right. 1
Best of
Eterna,
three, best of three.
0 Gani.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh,
1 to 1.
We're like Bigatron and Aura
Come on.
Fire here. I like it.
1 to
Okay,
1.
one more.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh, no!
So what do you want to do?
Oh, I
I
want
want to ask.
I want to talk to Beibuki.
Yeah, I mean, we can ask. Like, all three of us can throw out questions. What do you mean?
Oh, you're so nice. You're like Reptar.
He's a gentleman.
Good guy, Gani.
He's a
Oh,
gentleman.
he's double G.
Triple
What?
G, though.
Huh?
What's double G?
G.
What's triple G?
What's triple G? I was thinking gentleman Gani.
Oh,
What's the third one?
Good guy, Goni.
Ah, smooth. I like that. Is that how you pick up girls?
By complimenting myself?
No,
No.
I think like women like confidence, right? And you go like, hey,
Yeah.
they call me a triple G, good guy Gani. Oof.
Maybe it will work on you, Terrence.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
Oh.
just try to imitate. I'm
A new
pretty-
love story brewing, I think, on the caster desk. And for Group C, once again, this is a little bit of a recap of what happened, right? Aura Fire were able to win it against Blacklist. Bigatron moved forward against Alter Ego. But this time around, it's not a 2-0 for Bigatron. It's a 2-0 for... Wait, no. It was 2-1, right? Okay, 2-1. It was 2-1 for Aura Fire.
Yep.
And that actually allowed them to qualify to the challenge finals in Jakarta, Indonesia. However, for all the Bigot Troopers out there, don't
Mirko.
worry, don't be sad. don't worry, Mirko. I know you're kind of crying backstage there because he was so confident that Aura Fire was going to lose to Bigatron. They do still have the last chance. So if Blacklist wins, they'll move forward. If Alter Ego wins, they'll move forward. And whoever does will face Bigatron. And whoever wins that match is going to go to Group E. So still a long way to go for these teams who unfortunately had to go through the lower bracket. But because it's not a single elimination, they do have a second chance.
You know what? I'm pretty happy, right, with the results for now. Group C, 1 Indo secure already.
You're right. And on that note, let's talk about the Indonesian who was able to secure the ticket as well. Beibuki, apa kabar? Bisa denger nggak?
Bisa.
Bisa ya? Oke, ini ada Goni, ini juga ada IC Baby di ujung sana. Kita bakal ngasih beberapa pertanyaan ke Beibuki ya.
Oke. Kabuki, hari ini rasanya gimana dulu deh menang nih? Gimana rasanya udah menang?
Rasanya cukup senang aja sih.
Cukup senang. Tadi kalah di turnamen lain, skornya 4-3. Sekarang menang 2-1. Sebenarnya skornya masih imbang nih 5-5 nih. Nggak mau main lagi, sekali lagi gitu. Cari satu aja gitu.
Enggak, udah mau tidur semuanya.
Okay. Next question perhaps.
I need a translation.
Okay. So basically,
Sorry.
Goni asked, "How are you feeling?" And he's like, "I'm happy." And then Goni also asked, "How are you feeling?" Like you went full series, both of these, but in total, like you mentioned, right? It's a full 10 games. Don't you want to play another game just to settle the score with Bigatron? And he's
It's
like,
5-5.
No, we want to sleep. Champions need sleep,
Okay.
guys. But yeah, continue.
You have a question perhaps?
No, I want to see what you have to ask. You're the one that won rock, paper, scissors.
Okay. I have a question. Baibuki, aku punya pertanyaan. Kan tadi pas lawan Blacklist di game yang ketiga ya, itu kan lo hampir kalah ya. Terus tiba-tiba lo bikin play yang 50-50 risky banget, tapi akhirnya itu bisa memutarkan balikan situasinya. Nah itu shot call-nya siapa sih?
Itu shot call bareng-bareng lah. Maksudnya kayak kan kayak kelihatannya udah gak ada objektif kan, jadi kayak coba-coba nge-flank aja.
Oh, jadi sama-sama bukan Kabuki yang kayak oke, gue bisa nih, gue ada insting, gue hajar aja.
Enggak, bareng-bareng. Kayak kelihatan, oh bisa nih Buk. Nah terus dicoba, oh terus bisa.
Nah, yang ngomong bisa nih Buk tuh siapa?
Enggak sih, sebenarnya dari aku sih. Maksudnya, ya dari aku. Tadi kayak kan hike mati kan, terus kayak aku lihat kan, oh ini udah gak ada objektif, terus kayak nyoba-nyoba aja nge-trap. Tapi awalnya tuh ragu, cuman kayak ternyata nggak ketahuan kan, terus dapat deh.
Okay.
So translation please.
Maybe later on we can after the interview, but one more question. Satu pertanyaan lagi nih Kabuki, mungkin ESL kan masih nanti sampai Juni. Seberapa percaya diri Kabuki sendiri nih untuk memenangkan juara 1 di turnamen kali ini?
80% deh.
Oh, that's quite confident.
Jadi cepet-cepet satu-satu lagi, fans pesan kepada fans mungkin last message buat Aura Fans yang lagi dukung Aura Fire.
Makasih buat Aura Fam udah dukung kita lah. Soalnya kan season lalu kita sempat #8 kan. Terus masih aja Aura Fam kayak mereka masih setia lah, masih dukung, nggak yang kayak dukung tim lain lah. Terus makasih aja kayak masih dukung kita.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Explanation please, explanation.
We'll translate in just a bit, but with that in mind, terima kasih banyak Kabuki. Gue tahu lo capek. Makasih udah sempetin interview ini. Rest well dan congratulations karena lo udah berhasil lolos ke Challenge Finals. Sampai ketemu di Challenge Finals. Rest well. Tenang, you guys got it.
Semangat.
Thank you. Semangat.
Oke, thank you.
Salam buat yang lain.
Now please tell me.
Yeah, okay. I know you're
Come
so
on, man.
eager.
No, I know the other regions, they're so excited as well because I need to translate your hands on, man.
True.
Okay, so the question that I asked was whose shot call was it in their Blacklist
Okay.
game when they went for that crazy 50-50, right?
Okay.
Initially, he was like, oh no, it was everyone. Everyone pitched into that. And then, like, his story didn't kind of like
Connect.
So I was like, I kept pushing him, and eventually he said it was his shot call to do it.
Okay,
So he wanted to give credit to his team, but that initial call, I think we can do this, was Kabuki himself.
And I asked about like how confident are you in winning it all in
wow.
ESL, and he said 80%. I wanted him to answer 100% though.
The confidence. But I agree. I considering that it has been a long day here. Actually, I wanted to ask a little bit more. Maybe in the future I will get that opportunity because, to be honest, right, it's not easy to play like 10 games in a row. I wanted to ask, like, how do you keep up the morale and motivation to stay awake and play for 10, more than 10 games in a day?
So many
it's crazy.
questions.
Exactly. There's
I wish
so
we had
much
more time.
Maybe in the future when they are in Jakarta, when they win again, that is the perfect time to ask them about this story.
Yeah, bring back Beibuki, man.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that leads us to the end of the day, and we've got to remind you of the spectacular plays that all these teams have put forward and performed this for you guys. So let's take a look at the best plays of the day, the top 3, and we're gonna start with Super Vin.
Yeah, and seeing how the plays of the day here, Super Vin, I felt like he did really, really well on this Kadita, and there were just so many moments where he was able to demonstrate as well, and most importantly, his Valentina has been very, very spot on in all his game plays, and today itself, he's just so consistent in all his executions. His stolen ultimates here, this big fat Lolita out coming in from Bigatron Alpha just completely denied Alter Ego any comeback mechanics for game number 2 in this particular play.
And then we gotta highlight the second play of the day. It's gotta be Van, right? And I don't even know how the production is actually clipping the amount of times he was able to make out plays for his team.
Shout out.
That is a child prodigy that you guys are watching right now. He is barely 17 years old, and look at the mechanics that he has, outplaying people with way more experience, like Super Vin himself.
You know, I swear, no, Van, he feels like he's a Superman himself, right? Like, if you think about it here, it's not just today. Yesterday as well, he had a 1v4 situation with his Fedrin. Today he had a 1v3, 1v2s. He's like the guy you go to just beat everybody here. And even this play as well, Van was just completely destroying Blacklist in that play.
Boom!
I like the reverse time here. I'm just enjoying it. It's a vibe.
Shout out,
man. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Van was just unstoppable. And in this play, particularly, it's just all from the side of
Ivan.
And right. It's right. He got the Savage in this play.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's the first and only Savage in this event for now.
That's the first Savage that we've seen, and you can even see his mechanics, right? Krite not only is a typical mage, he's not a typical mid laner. The way that he plays, the aggressive stances that he does in these team fights, those flicker forwards. Look at that damage. Look at the way he's able to maneuver and weave around the team fight. It's insane. It's incredible. We don't see this kind of performance on the Valentina too often, but when we do, and when we see it from Krite, that's what you get. A Savage, the first Savage here in the challenge season.
Yeah, this is crazy. This was the clip that we're talking about as well. They got the Savage on Homeboys, and honestly, I don't want to talk too much about this because I feel for Homeboys.
Terrence.
He needs tissue, maybe.
Yeah, I need it. Sorry for tossing it over you. Yeah.
It's okay.
It's okay. It's
so
okay.
emotional today. Everyone is just so emotional. But
man,
that's what you get from exceptional plays and a wonderful display of Mobile Legends. And I'm so glad that the journey is not near, because we do still have an action-packed amount of matches to go for tomorrow. But, you know, guys, unfortunately, it's not going to be 5. There's only going to be 3. But even then, this is it, right? This is it. Whoever is able to win these out, we're going to have a little bit more of a taste of how the challenge finals are going to look like. Because in the third game, it is going to be the winner's match. Whoever is able to win it is going to go forward against CFU Gaming. And then whoever wins that one gets a chance to get the final slot to the challenge finals.
And meanwhile, for the second match here, we got our first elimination match, right? Between Team Flash and Bleed Esports. They're at the bottom bracket, if I'm not mistaken, of Group A. So they're fighting for their life here.
Exactly, and of course CFU Gaming has brought in their own meta, creating opportunities, creating their own flavor, representing from Cambodia. This is something that I'm extremely excited to see. But at the same time, RSGPH for Yudu Red Giants, oh my goodness, I'm a Malaysian and I'm scared because RSGPH, the last time they came over from MSC,
and it was here too.
In Malaysia, they were the champions.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's an uphill battle, but I believe the new reformed Malaysia teams will be able to do it.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Leo is super stoked as well. But this is a repeat here, and we just wanted to remind you, right, to cast your votes. Who do you think had the best play? Was it Supervin, was it Van, or was it Krite, right?
Oh, and Ivan, yeah, I mean, yeah. This was the play from Ivan with the knock-up of 5. It seems like, right? Very good. Very well executed, I must say.
And you know, unfortunately, that brings us to the end of the day. It has been amazing. Thank you to all the viewers out there for staying so long here, for staying tuned, for enjoying just Mobile Legends gaming with us as well, and the casters that we are going to say thank you for. But of course, we also want to thank our sponsors. Thank you so much to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for the performance that you are able to facilitate for all these players. It's been amazing, and of course, winning does matter. Second of all, you know, you can't play high mechanics without a high mechanical phone. That is the Galaxy S23 Ultra that I have enjoyed personally, being able to facilitate my mechanics when I play the DHL game. And of course, I also just enjoy the monster energy, right? I need the energy to unleash the beast, and I'm pretty sure Bigatron as well as Aura Fire had their fair share to be able to withstand 10 to 13 games in a row only today.
That's crazy.
It is, and you know what's even crazier? I'm now number 13 on the FBBit Dash Cup, where I'm that much closer to win 5,000 euros, and you guys can do that too. Don't forget to check that out as well. It's an app. Download it on your Samsung phone and just reap all the rewards, because we love you. We want to show our appreciation to you. We love you. Again, do you love them?
Yes,
we
I
love
them.
you.
We
Okay.
love you all. But at the
Okay.
same time, you know, not just thank as well. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone here, for you guys viewers as well. And Eterna, Gani, it's been a pleasure having me on board to join you guys for this cast as
Likewise.
well. It's been a pleasure, and I've learned a lot of things, and thank you for having me, to be honest.
It's so wholesome. Everyone's just so wholesome on the desk as well. I'm so happy. But that unfortunately marks the end of the day once again. So me, Eterna, as well as Gani and Icy Baby, we're signing out for now. We'll see you tomorrow.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up, They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the...
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? He the favorite, any race that he enters. Look at their face, they all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang. This might be it. Here comes the Tyrant's Rage. Gang the backside. Shizo.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already.